Best part about a Tuesday stream is I can't be quite sure that the shirt I'm wearing now isn't the shirt I was still wearing on the Saturday stream. The world may never know, you know?
All right.
Back when ads were like still bad, but not the worst. In the center of the upper deck of the oarsman stands a strange humanoid figure. He's slightly taller than the average cager and as thin as a collector. As you begin to wonder why a human would be in a fiendish flophouse like this, he turns towards you, revealing an impossibly gaunt face with bulging eyes. As your gazes meet, a feeling of uneasiness washes over you, and he readies himself for your approach.
Innocent blood in the favorite haunt of the cage. Other than that old gith at the bar, how curious methinks.
His voice is surprisingly rich, contrasting his desiccated appearance. He takes a deep breath and continues. Or maybe not. I've changed it after the description. Maybe he's not that innocent after all. He leans in expectantly. Who
Are you?
Rorkstead. I'm from Rorkstead.
A Nord's last thoughts should be of home.
I'm not a rebel. You can't do this. The way I said I'm not a rebel might have been perfect. You don't know. The stranger takes a step back and looks you over. Shame, shame, he says. But there's no disappointment behind those words. Damn. Shame, shame. You will never break the shame. You will never break the shame. You know? And don't I? The stranger smiles, his dry skin scraping across his bony cheeks in a horrible, morbid spectacle. Explain what? The stranger keeps smiling.
Chief, I'm a skull, and somehow this creeps me out.
See, I think Mort's lines need a little work in here. I don't know what I would change them to, but... This doesn't feel like I'm on Mort brand, you know? Everything else has been okay. Like, I mean, obviously, like, it's all good. Don't get me wrong. I'm not sitting here. I'm nitpicking. Mm-hmm. I thought you'd never ask. The stranger bows dramatically. They call me Watrixil. I am a servant of Charon. I sail the good river Styx, providing my humble services as required. That I do, that I do. The Styx is my home, but this place is a welcome respite from the tumultuous current of the plains. Tumultuous. I, too, am a fiend, like the other denizens of this establishment. However, I am not among the two famous groups of squabblers who frequent this place. Of course, ever-competitive Betezu and the ever-destructive Tanari. I suppose they are Garoliths here, too. Watrixil pauses and looks down at the floor, underneath which a strange-looking creature exacts some tavern justice. But they hardly count. Other fiends like the Varagoan, or, he laughs dryly, Oberiths are rarely found socializing. Damn it. I blew my nose at everything this morning. It's so... Okay, you'll have to forgive me. It's really smoky out. Washington and like Canada are like on fire, and so it's like really fucking smoky here, and the sun's all red and crap. So oh man, will I blow my nose? The problem is I've blown it enough. I'm not really getting anything out of it. I'm just like clogged, all up in my sinuses. Too many fiends. Watrixel breathes in deeply and responds with obvious pride. I am a Marinoloth. We, Yugoloths, are the original fiends. We embody what it means to be a fiend.
Loths? I don't know, Chief. Hear they're dangerous company.
The daemons, they're known to be dangerous, but such, too, is the reputation of the succubi.
Succubi. Fuck. Quit whining. What is that from? He's saying quit whining, but it's a quit whining. Fuck, I can't remember what that's from. It's like some old build engine game or something. I don't remember.
Tell me about these fucking Yugoloths. Do they play Yu-Gi-Oh too?
Watrixel bows, though it does not appear to convey any actual respect. Yugoloths are often called daemons, just as Tanari are called demons, and Betezu are called devils. Though I resent grouping myself with the others, none of us are particularly fond of the sobriquets. They play Pot of Greed in their deck. Where we, as the greatest of all fiends, hail originally from the grey wastes of Hades, but we do hold a strong presence in the fourfold furnace, Gehenna as well. We are essentially guardians of balance and peace. We are essentially guardians of balance and peace in the lower planes. He rubs his hands together, his voice taking on a much more sinister tone. That is all mortals need to know about us. He lowers his voice, causing his usual air of authority to dissipate slightly. She is very spirited. Her kind, is very dangerous. Even if she enjoys turning bugs into rings with a wide smile on her face, do not think for a second that she won't slay you for no reason. No reason at all. Who? Agraval, slayer of 300 Mariliths, obsidian blade of whatever. He's not entirely a Yugoloth. It's a complicated matter. He's also a big pushover, but you didn't hear it from me. Not from me at all. I'll talk to you later, butthole. I want to talk about this guy. Whoever the hell this dude is. Narthal. I need to learn what the question is for him. Oh, never mind. Can I talk to Mesoloth over here? The insectoid fiend stands with its many arms crossed behind its back. It ignores you completely. Its red eyes glance at you momentarily and return to staring into the distance. This time, it does not even grace you with a glance. A massive fiend with a bottom half that looks like a gigantic snake and the top half that looks like a beautiful woman. With 6 arms, or a beautiful woman with 6 arms roams the upper deck of the Styx oarsman. Her many arms are definitely an asset when it comes to working with many bottles at once, allowing her to mix, stir, shake. Jesus. What is that from? Mix, stir. Is that a fucking League of Legends reference? Are they fucking referencing Singed? There's a lot of references in this, so I'm trying to catch them. That's one of his... I can't remember if that's still a dialogue line. That was one of his classic dialogue lines, I thought. And serve a variety of drinks simultaneously. She sees you approach and hisses.
Do not talk to me, mortal. All orders are taken downstairs. Piece of shit. Go to work at Sen's Fortress for 7 minutes, and 7 minutes is all I have to play with you.
Done.
7 minutes.
Well, we never saved the guy from the other bar, I gotta say.
All right.
Alright, what was our... Let's refresh in our journal here. Agreed to help find the missing Modron. Agravol must care about him very much because he pulled out his own tooth and gave it to me as bait to send Patch on the right track. There's a thug problem. I agreed to help Adam teach the thug a lesson. I should find him at the statue of the goddess Athena. Pale woman I found on common ground. She considers me a friend, but she still refuses to reveal anything about herself. I need to earn her trust, but I don't know how. Witnessed a quarrel on the stairs leading to the main part of the settlement. One member of Faded and 2 Doom Guards were arguing about an actor named Harris Dallas. It sounded rather serious. I met a naked young man hiding in a nook near the stairs. He said a woman in a red dress took his clothes to clean them after providing her services. It appears she robbed him. I promised to find her and confront her about it. Whatever it used to be, it's long gone. This is actually beneath Zadifum Trestle. Well, I can walk over there. We're just looking around. There's a lot of places to go.
Hey, we're being watched, Chief. Just look natural. Casual.
This man is draped in filthy, tattered brown robes, a long hood concealing most of his face from view. You see his eyes narrow beneath his hood, and he takes a step back.
What do you want? I like to mind my own business, Cutter, and I'll ask you to do the same. Eh?
This man sways unsteadily back and forth, catches his balance for a moment, then manages a sickly, twisted smile at something just past your right ear. He nods slowly, then manages a phlegm-filled gurgle, and a small, green-colored trail of drool begins to drip from the side of his mouth, running down into his scruffy, dirt-caked beard. He looks like he's barely able to stand up, much less carry on a conversation. Zeno and Elia. Is this a statue of Athena? These are cool locations. By the banks of the ditch under the lamp stands a were-rat. He is impatiently explaining something to his companion.
Arg, focus this time, because I won't tell you again, understand?
Right. The other one replies, staring at him vapidly with blood-red eyes.
You can divide any distance between two objects in half, then into 4 quarters, tenths. You can keep dividing that forever. Get it?
Yeah, I guess. Chief, are you sure you want to listen to this? I have a feeling that listening to the smart-ass rat might make my ears hurt. I mean, my skull. See that other one? I can tell from the look on his face that his brain hurts just from thinking about it. See, that's a fine line.
For example, a bow shot. When I shoot an arrow, it travels a certain distance. Are you tumbling into the dark of it, Ellie? Eli? But, Zeno, you're not gonna shoot in a public place, are you?
The were-rat slaps his open hand over his muzzle.
Why do I even hang out with you? It's an example of an abstract one. An abstract what?
This is like the Sopranos, like conversation back and forth.
What would a monkey do with tools? Oh yeah, Tony, a rock is a tool.
If a stare could kill, Zeno's companion would have long since crossed the waters of the Styx. At that moment, you notice that only one of the philosopher's eyes is red, the other is bright blue. A thought experiment.
Imagine it. Imagine it, you idiot, and that dumb rat head of yours.
Eli suddenly puffs up and growls loudly at his companion.
I told you not to call me that. All right,
Zeno replies, shaking his head in resignation.
Let's go further. The shooting distance is, let's say, 40 feet. But a rat feet or human feet? Because there's a difference, you know.
You get the impression that if Zeno was a human, he would blush with rage, like an embarrassed harmonium officer after a peak patrol in an unusually hot cycle.
It doesn't matter. Let's finish, will you? Let me finish, will you?
He takes a moment to calm down.
You can divide that distance into 2 halves, then into 4 quarters, and so on. 10 equal parts, 100, 1,000.
Alrighty. Why would you want to do that, though?
For a hypothetical assumption. Now imagine this arrow has an infinite number of finite distances to travel.
He tilts his head to the side and scratches it with a claw.
I'm trying, Zeno, but my head hurts. Can you not think of something simpler?
He ignores his companion's discontent.
So my premise is that the paradox is like the arrow will never hit its target. Do you understand?
Eli pauses for a moment, then replies in a disbelieving voice.
I think I understand. So what do you think?
He asks with barely hidden excitement.
What a flam! I saw some bat shoot a bow at my cousins and the arrow always hit the target. It's not a flam, it's an absolute truth, and I can empirically prove it.
For the first time, the were-rat lets you know that he's noticed your presence.
Hey, you! Yeah, you. Sorry to interrupt, but could you help us resolve a dispute empirically? Nothing, you just need to stand in one place and I'll shoot you with a bow. Zeno, in a public place just like that?
The were-rat continues ignoring his colleague.
With a bow. In this way, I will prove to my friend here that my paradox is real.
Zeno is visibly surprised. His rat eyes widen and light up with excitement.
What an idiot.
What an idiot. Chief, we're really gonna waste our time on this? His theory is nonsense. Zeno places you in a selected spot and moves away by a dozen or so feet, making sure that the line of sight between the two of you is clear. Finally, he raises his non-convincing bow, draws it all the way to his furry brow, my god, takes a deep breath, and releases. You awaken to see Zeno panicking above your body.
What did I do? I made a mistake in my calculations. I killed an innocent. Zeno, he's waking up. The other were rat says, pointing his fingers at you. What? He shouts and turns to face you. But I saw. Zeno abruptly leans in to inspect the arrow sticking out of your chest. You notice that his blue crystal eye falls out of its socket and starts rolling in your direction. You instinctively prepare to catch it, so it does not roll down into the water. You place the eye in his hand. He wipes off the sand and inserts it back into his eye socket. Thank you. Chief, why'd you do that? Right. It would seem that my theory was blasted to the hells. What do I do now? Oh my god. I don't know if I have another one in me at the moment. The were-rat looks around. Looks a bit lost, but his gaze is met by his trusty friend, Eli. Don't worry, Zeno. Your philosophy is gonna bite you in the ass soon enough. It solves no problem, but creates hundreds of new ones. Come. Let's fish out some fresh waste, and you'll be good as new. What's up, Bren? Thanks for the raid. How's everybody doing? I'm sure the raid noise will come in here like 1 minute late. Played Tome? Let's go. I unlocked the Drem last night.
Welcome, friend. Take a seat on my humble rock. Enjoy.
We're playing a mod for Planescape Torment that came out like 2 months ago. It's called Blizzard and Baator. So this is part 1 of a modded campaign that was modded like expansion campaign. Beat Master on Nightmare for the first time. Dude, that's crazy. Let's go. The farthest I've gotten on Nightmare is back. No, the farthest I've gotten on Nightmare, I think, is clearing out the second continent, or the Far East. I don't think I ever made it back on Nightmare. I've made it back on normal a couple of times. That couple, like, literally 2 or 3 times. But, you know. I got myself 10,000 experience points. Ah, shit. I should have taken this filthy rat's eye. Is there anywhere else to go here? A rat and the fucking splat? The door has been boarded up from the inside. Well, that doesn't help me at all. What class were you playing? I unlocked the Drem last night. I have the Doom Elf and the Krug or the Krog left to unlock, which I'm trying to unlock now. I actually have a character that's Stone Warden. I love the Stone Warden, I gotta say. I kind of, the only thing about the Stone Warden I dislike is you have to be a dwarf to be a Stone Warden, you know? I kind of like that, though. I wish there were more classes like that. Like, if you were a zombie or a skeleton, you could be a, like, each race had a special class that only that race could be. I'm excited for the DLC / like free expansion that's coming out. Looks cool. Isn't this the guy I gotta beat up for the other dude? Probably not. The mobility and the range being asked, it really is. Once you get in melee of anything, they just die. It's true. The only downside is when people keep saving versus like the root tendrils that go out and pull people in. Running dual shields is amazing, especially if you have like multiple shields that cast stuff on block, like Ocean Spray and like the Fire Drake shield or something, or the not that one. It's like the Dark Shield that like blasts people with darkness when you block. Okay, let's go back to here.
Done.
Done. Oh, I'm holding Z. No, we're not playing Neverwinter Nights. We haven't actually been in here. The hell is this? Clot charms. Well, considering we haven't actually explored this whole location, maybe the guy I'm looking for is up here. Charismatic tiefling. God damn, my nose is so stuffed. So smoky out. I don't know, I think most of my favorite classes are like the stealth classes. I really like Shadowblade. Or like the rogue classes, that is. I like Shadowblade, I like Marauder. I really like Marauder. I even, like, I'm just kind of a physical Andy, so I like running, like, the Berserker as well. One of these days, I will get a Berserker halfling all the way through the game. Just because I think a Berserker halfling is hilarious. I definitely do not just pick the meta combinations. I just, like, tried Brawler, but it's kind of boring. Brawler's fine. I'm more scared of a Brawler. You know, when you... Because I know I've played Brawler enough to know that you can, like, one-round anything with good combos. So whenever, like, I fucking take a step in a direction or start fighting a guy and I hear, like, the fist-punching noise, I'm like, whoa, dude, I gotta, like... I gotta be a little careful here. Like, I'm gonna get one shot by this asshole. A suspicious-looking tiefling is circling around the statue. Noticing that you're looking at him, the man smiles broadly and moves towards you. Haven't we already talked? So many people, so many conversations. Do you follow the only true faith in the multiverse? The tiefling gestures towards the statue above you. Titan Slayers, the Olympian gods. You're bothering the local blacksmith. The tiefling gives you a nervous smile. Who? That a half-orc from under the broken clock? What am I doing to him? Do you have any proof of that, or are you just blindly trusting his greenish bone box? I probably gotta go and get some proof then. Even though I'm pretty sure by the way he spoke there. It's a prospector, bro. It's the side of a wall. In front of you is a scrawny man in questionably clean underwear. In questionably clean underwear. He is obsessively hitting a wall of the nearby building with a hammer. Every now and then he takes a short break to catch his breath and wipe the sweat from his brow. Then he eagerly goes back to work. The rest of the world does not seem to exist to him. The wall is the only thing that matters. It's like the character from Gothic who's trying to fix the leak in his roof. The man turns to you, resting the hammer on his shoulder. He is clearly exhausted, but there's a spark of passion in his eyes.
What do you mean? I'm looking for gold. I know it's here. No one believes me, but I'll show him. He who laughs last, laughs best. Another so-called expert. Pike off and stay out of my way.
The man rolls his eyes and gets back to work. The dull echo of a hammer hitting the stone wall soon fills the space. There is nothing for you here. You must gather your party before venturing forth. I just started doing the same voice I was doing for the rats with this guy. It's too early in the morning, okay? Corpse fly. A strange muncher. You see a man of indeterminate age. He has a face that could just as easily belong to a 20-year-old as to a 50-year-old. The worn beret on his head and the eclectic clothing. I wanted to say ecclesiastic, but that's not it. The eclectic clothing in which nothing matches don't help. You gauge the length of his existence. I started reading halfway through the sentence. The worn beret on his head and the eclectic clothing in which nothing matches don't help you gauge the length of his existence so far. The man sits on a large piece of rubble, staring blankly into space. In his hand is a stale piece of bread, which he chews calmly, like a cow in a pasture. He does not react in any way to your appearance.
Done.
The man stares at you with a gaze untainted by reason. That's such a good line. A gaze untainted by reason. There's nothing going on past that steely gaze. That's funny. I don't know what my actual favorite class would be. I do really like playing just like the adventure, or like whatever class that randomly gives you skill trees. It's horribly unbalanced. But I don't know, I just kind of like being trying to cobble together a completely random build.
Huh?
The man continues to chew his food calmly, showing no signs of comprehension.
Huh?
The man tilts his head like a dog that does not understand what his master is saying.
Huh? You should have said that in the beginning.
He hands you a piece of parchment and leaves. Okay. A clue. This cryptic piece of parchment simply states, you now have a better understanding of what's going on. That's... all it says is I have a better understanding of what's going on. Oh, I didn't even realize there's a wanted notice. This flyer shows a portrait of what appears to be a young man, though his age is obscured by a multitude of wrinkles and scars. A quick glance reveals that the most important information written in bold letters at the top and bottom of the parchment. Adair, alias Kester, alias Sigmund Stig, alias Leontes. Leontes? It's not Leonidas. Leontes. Alias Chancelin the True, wanted for fraud, theft, and murder by the order of the Harmonium. Below that, fine print details the legal basis for issuing the notice. What unsettles you is how closely the wanted man's portrait resembles you, perhaps from a few years earlier, and all those names, yet none of them seem real. It'd be wise not to stand near the poster, just in case, and certainly not in the presence of the Harmonium. I'm not picking it up. Alright, can we open this door over here? Also, I did see the comments on the previous uploads on YouTube. I realized that I think it's actually kind of cool that if I'm like a thief, I can train Anna in thievery, and there's like ways that I can upgrade certain character classes by like becoming their class and then teaching them what I know and then, you know, swapping back. That's kind of interesting. It's a library? Is this the guy I'm looking for? No, it's a Modron librarian. The books on the shelves are arranged alphabetically by category. Depending on one's needs, one can find fiction, non-fiction, historical annals, legal documents, copies of political treaties, and even the dark grimoires on demonology and witchcraft. Dr. Kraus. You see a black-haired man dressed in a black suit with red details. He is entranced with his book, intensely concentrating as he leafs through the pages. When you block the light, he slowly turns his head to you and smiles. It is not an innocent smile.
Scholar Crassius Schneider, specialist in madness.
He suddenly twists his lips and blinks uncontrollably. Can I help you?
Yes.
He scratches his neck.
What can I say? The plains are full of things that can drive you mad. The plains of chaos are especially rich in such attractions. The abyss, Carceri, and above all, pandemonium and limbo. They have no shortage of sources of madness. But even in the plains of law, reading the wrong book can cost you very much. Zusmenfassend. Madness can find you everywhere, in the plains and beyond.
You're not sure why he's interjecting words in another language. How does it manifest? You see something that is not there. You hear sounds, footsteps, words. You feel like you're being watched. You notice strange smells without seeing anything that could have caused them. You feel worms crawling under your skin, and then lying there helplessly, with no control over your body. It's not the worst option. It could end with you trusting no one and trying to murder everyone. Or, unable to withstand the whispers, you end your own life. Either way, the threat is very real. I'm studying going mad. One thing they've done a really good job with in this mod is the soundtrack. I really like the little ambient tracks they have going in the background. They're very nice. It's hard for me to express myself as coherently as I used to because of my uncontrollable tics. I don't feel comfortable in public places, and yet I consider myself remarkably resilient to such things, which is why I'm able to study them all. But yes, my mind has suffered a bit. He blinks so hard it looks as if he's trying to blink his eyeballs right out of their sockets. My body, too.
Done.
Done. The Captive Dancer by C.S. Macat. The Sultan of Araj casts a languid gaze over the newest acquisitions and sighed with contentment. The vizier had truly outdone himself, selecting only the finest specimens from the market. In a neat row before the throne stood slaves of various races and genders, bound for the harem, all young and beautiful beyond measure, clad only in chains and colorful shawls that emphasized their charms rather than concealing their modesty. Most lowered their gaze to the floor out of shame, fear, or embarrassment at the grandeur of the court. Only one man did not avert his bright eyes when they met the sultans. How intriguing. The sovereign examined him with renewed curiosity. Pointed ears peeked out from his long blonde hair. He was tall and lean, with prominent muscles, especially on his legs, hidden beneath pale skin. Was he a warrior? No, unlikely. An acrobat, a circus performer. A pattern of tattoos covering almost his entire body suggested a bohemian past. "Turn around," ordered the Sultan. The man did not hesitate. He bowed as if accustomed to the attention and adoration of the crowd, obeying gracefully. The Sultan marveled at the delicate black ink coiling around his torso and limbs. Some lines curved into abstract spirals, where others formed rough outlines of daggers, swords, and other hand weapons. Subtle arcs of wings were inked across his shoulder blades. "Your tattoos, what do they mean?" asked the Sultan.
"They draw attention to when I perform on stage," he replied.
His voice was deep and strong, with a warm timbre.
"I used to earn my living as a dancer. I often use knives in my acts. I can..."
The Sultan raised his hand. The young man fell silent. Either the vizier had trained the slaves well, or the dancer instinctively knew how to fulfill his master's expectations. And the knives he mentioned. Yes, he would be perfect. "I do not care who you were in the past, or what you used to do," said the Sultan. "Your past is irrelevant. From now on, you are my pleasure slave, my pet, my toy. You are alive only because I allow it. Do you understand?"
"Of course, your brightness. I am but a worthless speck of dust beneath your heel."
The Sultan smiled. Perfect. The young man fit his preferred type like a glove. Clever, compliant, beautiful. He would be even more beautiful when despair first filled his eyes, followed by emptiness as he realized there was no salvation for him. How pleasant it would be to destroy him. "From now on, your name is a Torai, like all the other favorites before you."
"As you wish, your brightness."
"Excellent. Staff?" A few servants hidden in the shadows stood at attention, afraid even to breathe. "Wash and prepare him. In 1 hour I want him ready in my chambers." Yes, your brightness, the servants replied in unison. Under the guard's supervision, they led the man away. Before leaving, the dancer glanced over his shoulder at the sovereign, his eyes reflecting both uncertainty and hope. The Sultan could not wait to snuff out that spark of hope. Exactly 1 hour later, I didn't realize how fucking, we're halfway through this one book that we're reading here. Exactly 1 hour later, the Sultan lounged on his bed among the pillows, watching as his servants and guards vacated the bedroom. He and Atorai were alone. The dancer wore only his chains, but seemed unconcerned. He waited calmly, his expression blank. Are we about to hit, like, the point in, like, you're talking to the guy that reads the books in Morrowind and the guy that reads the books in Skyrim, okay? This is gonna be... Yeah, we're gonna read the Lusty Argonian Maid here. The Sultan nodded, pleased. Before we begin, know this. I do not know what you are thinking, Atori, but my guards are stationed behind these walls. I only need say one word, and they will rush in and slaughter you. Do not attempt to escape. The windows are open, but remember we're on the 4th floor, with marbled stairs below. Do not do anything foolish. You are not foolish, are you, Atori? I am not, your brightness. I'm glad. I will have so much fun with you. I think we will start with knives. I may not be a dancer like you, but I can be quite creative with them as well. First, you do love the sound of your own voice, do you not? The Sultan's eyes widened at the insolence. Hattori stared at him with a cold defiance, so different from his previous deference. But it mattered little. Nobody interrupts the sovereign. The brazen youth had to be taught respect. The Sultan opened his mouth to call the guards, but no sound left him. Surprised, he grasped his throat. He screamed, but it was in vain. He could not understand what was happening. He raised a questioning gaze at the slave and realized, mortified, that the lines in his shoulders glowed subtly purple, forming a strange glyph. I am sure you're wondering what is happening, said the dancer casually. I will not keep you in the dark. Runes from my homeland are hidden in my tattoos. They represent a foreign magic completely unknown here, so your sages could not detect them. That is why my order was chosen for this task. I am a living grimoire that walks the plains. The man's stance and expression had completely changed. He resembled a cobra, a deadly predator ready to strike. Not out of hatred, but because it was his nature. My nose is so fucking stuffed. I hate it. We do not have much time, but courtesy and my code require that you at least understand why I'm here, fulfilling this contract. Sultan of Araj, you will die today by my hands because your firstborn son grew tired of waiting for your demise. He paid a fortune to hasten your permanent abdication. Abdication? I've seen this word before. I've seen abdication. I gotta look this up. Abdication. I've been hornswoggled. Taking a person away by force. Oh, this is fucking... No, wait a minute. It's not abduction, is it? No, abdication. Unless this is just misspelled. No, abdication is a different word. The formal act of giving up a high office, such as a king or queen leaving a throne or failing to do an important duty. This is the AI overview. Give me the Merriam-Webster dictionary. An act of giving up sovereign power or high office. An act of abandoning or discarding a right, responsibility, etc. I hate fucking the AI overview stuff. I wish I could turn that shit off. I think you can, but I'm too lazy to figure out how to do it. It's like 2 buttons, I'd realize, but... Opinions on voluntary abdication by reigning monarchs vary among the royal families of Europe, but there is a precedent in Belgium. Just looking at an example. Okay, that's cool. I like learning new words. Abdication.
The information he provided, including your slave preferences, proved quite useful. Worming my way into the palace and gaining your favor was child's play. Now it is time to end it. Baal Verzi sends their regards.
The chains fell to the floor. Powerless against his magic, the man flicked his wrist, and the tattoo of a curved dagger on his forearm slid into his hand, becoming a real blade. This reminds me of the Black Tongue Thief, which I gotta read the Daughter's War still. I'm reading the Scar right now, which has been pretty cool. The Sultan whimpered, shuffling backwards until his back hit the wall. He wanted to beg, to promise gold and honors, but the silencing spell held him. He could only watch helplessly as the young man approached, moving with the light grace of a dancer and the deadly precision of an assassin.
Do not worry, Sultan. I'm not you. I do not make my victims suffer unnecessarily. The end will be swift.
The dagger cut through the air, and then the Sultan's skin so quickly the pain reached him only moments later. Warm blood streamed down his neck. Darkness quickly overtook him. The last thing the Sultan saw was a beautiful young man walking towards the window, with a spring in his step. The tattoo on his back shimmered and unfurled into a pair of feathery wings. The rays of sunset colored his golden hair russet, like congealed blood. Atori looked like an angel of death who delivered the Sultan's soul to the afterlife. Captive Dancer. That was like one of 4 books here. Oh my god, they're all super fucking long. I don't mind reading some of these. Maybe we'll come back, though, and this one's not as long. The book is a collection of short stories that explore the inevitability of fate and destiny. Some are blissful, while others are overwhelming. The moment it lands in your hands, the bookmark marks the beginning of the following untitled story. Once upon a time, in an inaccessible realm, there lived a peaceful and gentle people who cared nothing for the shadows of war that hung over them. It was not their war, they said, when the conflict finally fell upon them like a cataclysm. Weeping and gnashing of teeth soon followed. Among them stood a strange warrior, who they had welcomed when misfortune came upon them. He roused them from their passivity. His zeal and faith awakened their anger and courage, and showed them how strong they could be. Inspired by his example, they went to war to defend their homes and families. The blessing given to the warrior by his beloved stirred their hearts, and an angel proclaimed their victory. As they marched towards glory, none of them realized that the warrior who led them was not driven by care or love, but by a sickness that his surroundings had long restrained, until at last he passed it on to them all. Faith and courage brought them success. They triumphed and proved their strength. Yet when they returned home, they found only tragedy and ruin. When their proud leader saw the body of his beloved, he understood that if he had not given in to his illness, they might have remained home and protected those they loved. But it was too late. He was left alone, exposed to the full force of the sickness. He had once tried to turn against his enemies, and he became its victim in the worst possible way. Consumed by grief and guilt, the great warrior took his own life. He went to war once more, this time alone, leaving nothing behind. He declared war in an overwhelming force and fell beneath the onslaught of his enemies, hoping that with his death, his misery would finally end. He sought rest in death, but it was not granted to him, and he had never understood that his illness was not part of his life, but part of his soul. In the world of the dead, there is no escape from oneself. Probably talking about us coming back to life and shit. Aaron Farlight. In the upper level of the library, a slender blue-skinned woman stands near a bookshelf full of dusty old tomes. Unfazed by the lack of guardrails on the platform, engrossed in a book, she pays no attention to her surroundings. The woman raises her finger to silence you, and nods to herself as she finishes reading the passage. She then turns to you. "Greetings, stranger.
Greetings, strange man. Do you need something? I'm a bit busy, as you can see. I'm here on business, so make it quick. My name is Arian Farlight, and I'm a sensate scrying expert. I'm here to research this book, so if you have no urgent business, I would appreciate it if you would allow me to continue. Greetings, sister. Lady Grace, I do not see you there. Greetings to you, too. I am so sorry, I really didn't mean to be rude, but I don't want to spend any more time than necessary in this neighborhood. It is not the most pleasant place in the city, but it does offer some unique experiences, especially in the olfactory department of sensations. The woman laughs. Quite right. Quite right. Right, quite right. It's the history of the fateful coin. It's something I've wanted to get my hands on for a while. Not many seem to make it out of the prime material plane. This book is about the destruction of the goddess Taich. The woman gets a little flustered. I'm not going to just summarize the whole book for you. It's a pretty complicated tale, and I'll need to finish it. Lady Erin is eager to see what I can do with it. The woman sighs, slightly annoyed as you keep obstructing her reading. Goddamn. About a year ago, Lady Erin and her inner circle witnessed a strange occurrence through my scrying eyes. A foolish god from their pantheon tried to reform Taich. Apparently, she had been his paramour eons ago. The plane failed, much to their strange discontent, but it sparked interest in how exactly Taich split into two. Taich was an ancient Olympian goddess of fortune and misfortune. She was widely worshipped, and her faith spread across many spheres of the prime material plane. I'm not going to summarize the book, but I'll just ask enough questions that you summarize the book for me anyway. She sighs and runs a hand through her hair. It's not very clear. God damn. It's so fucking... The air quality is so bad here right now. It's crazy. I might only play this for like half the day and swap to something else. Just because I don't think I can manage to read all this all day. But I do want to play more. It's just the weather is crazy. Taich was afflicted with something malicious, and the hostess of the Gates of the Moon, the goddess Saloon, Mercy killed her. But instead of vanishing, she split into the pure Timora and the wicked Bashaba, two new goddesses of fortune and misfortune, respectively. Alright, I don't really mind. Are you joking? Erin Darkflame Montgomery is one of the most recognizable people here in Seagull. She is the factole and great reformer of the Society of Sensation, as well as a brilliant diplomat who works for the benefit of all citizens. This question seemed to trouble her slightly. The Sensates were really excited to witness the rebirth of a goddess. It would have been a worthy experience. However, the fusion was interrupted, and Timora and Beshaba remained separate, so we were disappointed. After a prolonged pause, she adds, "But also relieved, you know? Losing an ally would be bad enough, but fusing two goddesses against their will just didn't seem right." I remember this. I wasn't there to witness the plot unravel, but I heard it was quite exciting nonetheless. She let out a short, exasperated laugh. Yes, I am. And no, I do not provide scrying services, not even on a free day, and today is not one. I'm here for research. Sorry, Even if I wanted to help, I would need the necessary infrastructure and time. Maybe you could find me in a week or so and book an appointment then. If so, perhaps I could scry you in, or I could scry for you in a month or so. Alright, see you later. Oh my god, there's gonna be so many books here. A scroll case. Fantastic. And a bizarre book. I think it's funny they didn't have any like the scroll cases or like containers that the other games had. Scroll of Deathbolt. What is this? Is a level 8 wizard spell. Can you cast a level 8 spell? I don't think you can. Yeah, the music here is so good. That's not what I need to look at. Mage spellbook on you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You have a 6th level. You don't have any 7th. I gotta find a 6th level spell for you to cast. It'd be pretty fucking sick, honestly. Alright, let's read this bizarre book. Sorry. A tome found in the library by the ditch. It's rather large and heavy, and the cover bears no markings. It seems a bit suspicious. The book is rather large and very heavy. You would think it was cast in solid metal. The cover does not have any title, author, or anything betraying the possible content. It is quite strangely non-symmetrical. As you begin to open the pages of the strange book, you feel it take over your movement, spreading your arms wide. At the very edge of the book cover, you can make out rows of sharp teeth that come to bite your exposed chest. That's one consuming book.
Beat his ass.
Good thing nobody else is gonna join in. I'm just gonna 1v1 this book. As the book mimic is close to perishing, it drops violently to the ground and starts flipping through the pages, as if looking for a piece of information. Eventually, the flipping stops, and the mimic settles on a page filled with sketches and notes in a foreign language. The page shows a temple with a statue of a powerful-looking rat man, and an old box, and a key. It occurs to you that the creature is bargaining for its life. This box looks like it could hold some right treasure, hey? Hey, I'm just doing... I can't do her voice, so I'm just doing like the cracked... Oh, man, I haven't heard it in forever. I can't do a fucking accent like that. It's gonna sound like shit. I'm gonna do it anyway, and it's gonna sound like shit, but whatever. This box looks like it could hold some right treasure, eh? Examine the key.
Updated my journal.
Updated my journal. Shit. The key is in fact a key-shaped magical symbol. Something in you tells you that you used to know the system a long time ago. You could probably memorize this and just be able to open the box. The book shivers in expectation. Fine, all damn, let the book live. I cannot initiate dialogue with the mimic. It is currently busy fleeing for its life. Well, I did find a book. Was there something else in here? What else can I look at? There's a thing here. What's this? I see Zawistic guidelines. This letter was written by a Zawistic. You do not know what it is about, but the inner voice tells you that this gibberish is some kind of guideline. Unfortunately, any attempt to make sense of it strains your mind in vain. I once ate 5 cats. The candy in the night mouth lit up. Fresh are the pots full of water, but snow digests grass. Can the snake not, and what fate rings in the winding recesses of two candles? As the winding recesses of two candles, as the stool, I will answer bravely. I drank it in a white chalk, see? Well, that sounds like something important that I want. Can I interact with it? No, give it to you. I don't know if you could do anything with it, but there you go, buddy. Oh my god, there's so many books here, man. We could Fiendango.
An old dusty book with a gray cover. After carefully examining it and leafing through its pages, you realize it is a bestiary. Part of it's written in a dialect you do not know well, but it should still be at least somewhat understandable. Can I read it? I can. Do you want to immerse yourself in reading? Select the entry. Tractus de Tibros Demonibus. You come across the final pages titled Tractus de Tibus Demonibus. You wonder if you can understand this passage. It seems you are not well read enough, and too many words do not make sense to you. What even is a tractate? Further reading will only cause a headache and lead nowhere. Well, I don't have enough intelligence to read that, but we'll hold on to it, I guess. Can ghosts bleed? The properties, or the proprieties of action. My god, there's so many books here. Limbo and Limbo. A Bleaker's Manifesto. Alright, let's talk to this asshole. Modron Librarian. In front of you is a winged cube with an organic face, creasing over rotating lenses. It changes them over and over again, as if trying to adapt to the book it holds in its hand. It does not seem to notice you. Good day, it says monotonously. What is your question?
Chief, nothing's worth this. Please, let's get out of here, okay?
The creature gets to the point. Do you have a question? The creature awaits your question. We are Modron. We are one. The task of the Modrons located in location called the Brothel of Slacking Intellectual Lusts is different from the Modrons. Due to their position, Quadron, we are equal in terms of hierarchy, but since they do not fall under the same pentadron as this Modron, their task is beyond the knowledge of this Modron. Alright, well. I wonder how many quests in this might be tied to characters from the original. God, my sinuses are all fucked up.
I'm gone.
They all fucked up, man. Shit. I don't know what that clue was for either. The vertical sea. The library. Well, we'll probably have to go to the vertical sea, but let's go back and see if we can't talk to this guy and get some proof that he's doing this shit. Gotta figure out why that lady echoes everything we say. Alright, Adam. Okay, so he's not going to help me get proof that he's been doing this stuff. I got to find proof elsewhere. A kitten merchant. Raindrops and roses. String. That's like, I get it. Whiskers on kittens, bright copper kettles with warm woolen meetings, brown paper packages tied up with string. These are a few of my favorite things. Do 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 do
Ba-do-do-do. Fucking ditch thugs.
Ignis, yes, my master.
Yes, my master. The master. To awaken the master. To awake the master.
Ricochet. Shiawase.
Really cancel his attack. Hey, everybody else fucking fight this thing.
Ricochet.
That's a good song too.
I'm a little out of practice, it seems.
The Sacrifice by Comus. The Sacrifice.
To awake the master.
I'm gone.
Dude, Comus is fucking amazing, and nobody fucking listens to Comus. I should just open the quick loot menu, but I'm really bad at doing that. Comus is like one of those weird, like, nobody fucking knows a band exists kind of bands. Is there a way out of here? Oh, there is. We just... you've grown accustomed to the fact that your companions follow you faithfully, especially Ignis. Once you had spoken to his flame-bathed heart, he rarely ever left your side. Yet this time you realize that that is not the case at all. You turn around and see that the burning man has fallen behind. He is staring at a beam from a nearby wooden structure, dampening and gnawed on by the teeth of time. He seems lost in thought. The burning mage turns towards you and fixes upon you with the gaze of his smoldering eyes.
Master, yes, I must know. Why is it that you want to go to Cania? It is a bad place. A place of ice, without flames, without fire.
Ignis stares at you in silence. You realize that your answer did not reach him at all. Why would he care about your affairs? There's only one thing that matters to him. To reach his mind, you need key words, as though you were trying to open a portal to one of the planes. The only question is whether you want to do that. You see a disturbing smile slowly spread across Ignis's face. In his mind's eye, he must already see a sea of flames devouring the entire icy hell of Cania.
Yes, yes, I will burn. Master, I will bring fire. Nothing will remain.
That's what a good laugh that is. Kind of sounds like the harpies in fucking Gothic. Let us go then,
Done.
you fucking loser. It's like weird, this is like a barrel, but then they tried to make it clear, like it's a glass barrel, but so you can see the water through it, but it just like looks kind of strange to have the bands on it and be a glass barrel. Right, here's a Modron. We're looking for Jimmy, Jeff, John, whatever his name was. A Modron leans against the wall with its wings forming an almost nonchalant pose for one of its kind. The eyes in its square face dart from side to side as if trying to gather as much information as possible from its surroundings and people passing by. As you approach, it greets you with a wide smile, the expression looking unnatural against its rigid mechanical features. Activating welcome protocol. Greetings. Patch No patches available in current distribution. Further knowledge acquisition recommended. Selected interface enthusiastic. Returning to data collection and analysis. The same broad smile appears on the Modron's face again, and its eyes intensely scan the surroundings. It stops paying attention to you. Perhaps the line between logic and madness is finer than it might seem. It's the line separating insanity from genius is success. It's like you're insane to do whatever you're doing unless you succeed at it, and then you're a genius. You can't put the head of a dog on a potato and have it live. That's madness. And then he does it, and it's like, shit, he's genius. A man with long golden hair tied in a ponytail wanders around the vertical sea. With his knee-high lace-up sandals, leather armor skirt, and bronze gauntlet, he sticks out of his surroundings like a sore thumb. His muscular tan body glistens with sweat. Or oil, it's hard to tell. He holds a sword crusted in dried blood. The man resembles a barbarian from one of the tribes of the material plane, but he's far too clean for that. He does not smell like a goat when he approaches you, which rules him out as a member of a clan.
Scar-clad warrior, hear my plea. Lend me thy aid and set me free.
He calls out in a ringing voice as though hailing you from afar, though he stands right by you. He speaks in the common tongue, yet his words are stained with a heavy accent, making him difficult to understand.
To change my plight, the gods so wise have sent thee here to end my cries. Pray where lies Thrasus, my noble peer. My search has been fruitless for many a year.
I have a Thrasius fucking commander deck or something. Don't even at me. I got my cards right over here. Oh man, I gotta work on, especially if I'm gonna go play some more commander and stuff with my friends. I gotta put together some decks. I wanna make sure. I'm so like eclectic. Where I'm like, oh, I gotta have like 30 different fucking decks, and they're all gonna have like a different fucking theme or way to play them, and no one deck is ever like amazing, but they all do something that my other decks don't do, and oh man. Not to constantly talk about Magic. I'm still sitting here looking at my Living Weapons deck, which is right here unsleeved. I mean, it's sleeved and I don't want to touch it too much. My hands are sweaty as fuck. But they're sleeved in like perfect fit sleeves. Yeah, I'm a double sleever, okay. They say don't double bag it, but when you double sleeve your deck, it's like twice as tall as, you know, I'm like, holy shit, maybe. No, I plan to keep my cards, though, for a long time, so it's just... Triple sleeving seems a bit much, but double sleeving, I'm like, you know, whatever to keep my cards playable. Plus, I slide them in and out of the sleeves a lot, because I'll only have, like, one copy of a card, and then proxy multiple copies, and it's like, oh, I haven't played this deck in a while, I'll move the real card to the one I'm playing more, and... But we're trying to get back into playing some Magic. I haven't really played any Magic in like a year, 2 years. So it's nice to try and, you know, get back into that kind of stuff. Some memories are struggling to surface. Thrasus. You stroll through an olive grove, holding an amphora half filled with wine in your hands. You take a long sip, feeling the sweet taste of grapes and spices on your tongue. A pleasant alcoholic warmth spreads through your body, and the sun gently caresses your skin. In the distance, you see an amphitheater carved in the mountainside. The singing of a choir and lively music can be heard coming from there. The actors must be performing a comedy. Perhaps Lord Apollo himself will grace the performance with his presence. You'll check in later. Right now, you have another quest.
You take another sip of wine for courage and let your legs lead you to the square in the center of town. This time you will win the debate with Heliodorus. Your arguments are unbeatable. You'll show that buffoon what you are capable of. The memory fades and you find yourself face to face with the strange man again, who is staring at you waiting for an answer. You see the man is becoming sad, but he quickly straightens his shoulders as if resignation does not suit someone of his position. Goddamn. I see. Or, I see. What the fuck was his voice? I totally forgot already. I'm like trying to recall it in my head.
I see deep sadness, my heart fills, but not such is life when full of thrills. None I ask to show the way could help me much to my dismay.
I can't believe, like, there's like a billion ways to rhyme, and it's always the 1 2 1 2 1 2 like rhyming scheme. It's like, come on, hit me with a more complex rhyme here.
Much to my dismay, but I'll not give up, I will not yield. My holy duty forms my shield. The gods themselves gave me this task. In victory's glow I will yet bask. I'll yet defeat foes in my way, save kin for salvation pray.
I gotta, like, make sure that it doesn't say anything on the first line either. Who are you, stranger? The man proudly puffs his chest.
I am Tarsier and Tarsier's son, in Thracius known by everyone. The bard that travels nights and days across Arborea sing my praise. Such poems laud my mighty deeds, whene'er the lands a hero needs. Hubris cannot bring one gain, but know my worth from another plane. I tread my path, sent me by fate. My oath and strength keep my road straight. My duty suffers no delay. At once I must be on my way. The task ahead is long and hard. Like my cock, it stands too far. Bruised and scarred, I were a bard, you know, which I reveal through bruised or scarred. Fate sent me here despite my mission, a stumbling block to my ambition.
He sighs heavily but continues his story.
Oh, fuck. The Oracle of Thrasus told a prophecy to chill the bold. A year from now he may not stand, this monstrous beast shall tread the land. The hydra of 100 head, ye cut one, 3 grow in its stead. A simple mortal could not help, a hero needed, no mere whelp. The gods bestowed this task to me. I traveled far, crossed mountains free, and there obtained a mythic ore. Destroyer of evil to its core. Arboreal smiths toiled hard and built a mighty sword, sharp to its hilt.
He proudly shows you his weapon. Upon closer inspection, you notice the intricate runes and exquisite smoothness of the blade.
It turns my force into radiant light. In strangers' hands it will not smite. Thus armed to home I did ascend, to bring this monster to its end. At last the hydra did appear. We fought till next dusk drew near. Scales glittering beneath the sun, a fearsome battle hardly won. Its anger raging like a flood, the ground beneath me sick with blood. On armored hide, on neck and back, the vorpal blade went snicker-snack. The searing sword through every neck shears each fell skull without a check. My valiant glory, true and just, will live long after I am dust.
Thracius clears his throat as if realizing he's gone a little too far.
With victory's taste upon my tongue, the Hydra's head lay still among the gore that covered o'er the ground. Just one more blow, but then I found I could not move. A portal whirled beneath my feet, and down I swirled through searing blackness, plane by plane, till I fell here in this dark lane. So now scared, my friend, you know my tale. So now scarred, friend, you know my tale. A portal home I must avail. The Hydra's death I still intend, or Thrasus fair will meet its end. Aid me, I beg thee. Where's the portal home? Tell me, my friend, somewhere between this foam.
Well, I guess I have to find your portal home, buddy. I don't know how I'm going to do that, but okay. We should save the game. Honestly, I just have to hit Q to quick save. We haven't quick saved in a while. Mare. God, my ears feel like they're going to pop, man. The courtesan stands out from the rest, as she is a Gith. Beneath the heavy makeup and ornate attire, you're not sure if she's a Gith Zerai or a Gith Yankee. The woman notices your eyes fixed on her.
Are you looking for something, Cutter?
Maybe. Maybe. What is this? The Beneath Mask Drama Hall and Kabutum's residence. Kabutops.
I don't have that Pokemon.
This is clearly a portal location, but I don't have the piece for it. Or the key for it. Okay. This machine illustrates the relationship between crystal balls and the prime material plane. The knowledge is entirely useless in Seagull, unless one is attempting to summon something from the prime.
I'm gone.
You can't be certain, but the blackboard may be depicting the inner
I
planes.
grew up here. Not a pleasant childhood, mind you.
Kabutum's note. A carefully cut piece of parchment showing the octave notes alongside their solemnization names. Below is a rough sketch of the song. Si, do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, do, si. Hymn of Ascendancy. Solar in the service of Corellian Larithian. Lashrael is his name. Sign of his wisdom, a gray aura. The Plain Truth. A great Gentle Giant song. Plain truth ain't nothing, nothing but the plain truth. Now I gotta read it because I know the song. Zeb Cook. This book explores various planner adventures and the conclusion drawn from them, organized into 3 parts. Codifying Seagull, excerpts from the notebooks of Falandor the Mage, covering the following topics. Aliax, a formless instrument of divine discipline. Alright, I'm not gonna fucking read this. It's instruments. I might need to know it. In the bright circular room, filled with strange devices, a creature unlike any you've ever seen moves about, inspiring unease and awe in equal measure. The strange creature appears to originate from both the upper and lower planes. An intricate white halo surrounds its head, at the center of which a large single eye burns with a living flame. His skin has the texture of a star-studded night sky, and more alarmingly, a pair of enormous wings composed of hundreds of moving human hands grow out of his back. At the sight of you, a long sword materializes in his hand.
Immortal, how dare you show up in my home?
He says in a loud voice, both menacing and controlled. It is your turn to confront Kabutum, the summoner. As the creature halts its attack, you see a glint of familiarity in its eye. He actually knows you, and you've met him before. Man, I'm about to get a sandwich or something. It'll like fucking run my head under some water. I feel like my head's gonna pop, like I'm underwater. So much pressure in the air. Pressure in my sinuses is really where it's at. Take some like Sudafed or something. Cabatum's burning eyes, the last thing you see before the blade of his massive sword, as sharp as a razor and corrosive as acid, slices you in half. Suddenly, everything goes black. You have already fought this individual and died at his hands, at least once. Memories of death of your various incarnations flashed through your mind in rapid succession. Each died differently, and each death was accompanied by a different emotion, but they're all unified by one sensation, the piercing pain inflicted by his sword. I no longer see conflict here. Crestava named Alviro. Cabatum refrains from further attack, though he maintains a frown and continues to eye you warily. He slowly lowers his hand and stands up straight. He glares down at you before finally speaking. I know your personalities are changing. Oh, fuck. I don't know what voice to do for all these. My head's turned off.
I know your personalities are changing. If you're not looking for a fight, I see no point in rolling the dice of fate all over again. So tell me, immortal, what do you want from me this time? I know you, but do you know yourself? Cabatum says. Your lives starting over and over again disrupt the order of the great wheel. Your single, insignificant, yet persistent existence is a wrench in the gears of the multiverse. Removing you is a mission for those like me. Restoring order and balance is the calling of concordant killers. But you do not want to die. You have no idea what a peculiarity and a thorn in my side you have become, and how much we deliberated on what to do with you. We have yet to reach a useful conclusion. I was not the only one aware of your existence, but sooner or later, you always return to Siegel, which is my domain, my responsibility. Fate itself pitted us against each other. I have destroyed you several times, but it made no difference. You finally began searching for a cure for your condition, and I thought it best to leave matters in your own hands, intervening only if you stray from your path. It seems you are following it still, seeking information about your past. Unfortunately, I do not think I have any clues for you, immortal. Ha! Cabatum seems amused by your question. That nickname was given to me by other concordant killers. It is not inspired by my fighting tactics at all, but by an old habit. Usually before I set out on a journey to one of the plains, I summon a native guide to accompany me. Being summoned by my own hand, I'm more trustworthy than the biased locals I might encounter there. Although I do not depend on the summoned creatures in other aspects of my work, my kin gave me the nickname Summoner. Relying on others is unusual for my kind, but I believe it is always worth using the knowledge at our disposal. Besides, a discreet mustival or a Formian worker is more suited to explore the nooks and crannies of Siegel than someone looking like me. You understand that, do you not? You seem to know the city well, as you always come back to it. Now I have answered your question. Would you kindly explain exactly why you came to me? Do you have anything to sell? That's what I have to ask him. The Ring of Fallen Stars.
This ring is made of stone recovered from a fallen star. When used, this ring can call others of its kind to rain down upon the user's enemies. Invokes meteor storm bombardment. Is that a one-time use? Damn. Monster jug. Dude, I love monster jugs. Oh, man. Nothing goes better with a robotic hymn of doom than some monster jugs, I gotta say. This is a heavy, plain-looking metallic jug with a hinged stopper. Despite its common appearance, you feel reluctant to touch the thing, as if it might bite you. You've been told there's some sort of monster trapped inside of it, but peering into the jug's mouth reveals nothing but inky blackness. It's only 75 gold. Rod of Modron Might. This magical rod allows the user to summon Modron constructs to do battle with his enemies. From 1 to 3 constructs to summon, the constructs will fight fearlessly to the death. The Bottomless Fang of Man Ill. At first glance, the huge fang before you might seem to have belonged to one of the bloodthirsty fiends of the lower plains. In truth, it's quite different. The tooth was taken from the carcass of a man-hill, an ancient astral whale, gentle creatures that glide majestically through the astral sea. Its yellowed enamel is crisscrossed with a grid of glowing runes in an unknown language. The runes are likely inscribed by whoever hollowed out the fang and placed a small portal inside it. You do not know where objects you throw into the portal go, yet simply thinking of them returns them safely to your hand. They retain only a faint scent of fish oil afterwards. The fang can be used to store many items inside of it. Oh, that's nice. It's like a bottomless box. Sell some fucking milk. Doubles their speed. I don't know if I want anything from you. I do kind of want your monster jugs, though. I still can't use this because we're not lawful, which kind of sucks. I can't believe we haven't become lawful yet. I also want to make sure I sell all my jewelry to the lady at the Huntsman, because I'll buy your monster jug. At first there's nothing, but then a black viscous liquid begins to bubble out from the jug's mouth, forming a slimy pool of steaming, tarry filth in the ground. As the jug begins to dissolve in your hand, the pool begins to writhe and throb, and rise to form a tall, hideous creature. $14,000 XP for that. And battle axe of high quality, which I will just turn around and sell to you. If you'll buy it. You won't. Well, I have more to talk to you about.
We are beings in whom the blood of the lower planes and upper planes meets. There are few like me, and our abilities are unique. In the days of yore, I carried out a delicate mission for the Lady of Pain, and she rewarded me with this splendid sanctuary, my base of operations. Along with it, I gained access to everything Siegel had to offer. She knew what I needed, and she gave it to me. Cabatum lifts his gaze over your head towards the window, gazing longingly at the city beyond. Does he see something in it that you do not? Yes. I met the Lady of Pain and spoke with her, just as I spoke with deities, demons, demon lords, and celestial perfections. I do not tell you more about the demands of any of them. I will not tell you more about the demands of any of them, nor the missions they assign. Only they should consider and judge matters of the power, and we, the Concordant Killers, are but silent enforcers of their will.
Alright, well. Do we check his cabinet here? What was in here? Oh, it's the plain truth. That's right. Alright. Hot damn. I get more coffee or something, man.
I'm gone.
I wish my ears didn't feel like they had to pop all day. The system of aquariums arranged in a vertical wooden structure. Inside you can see fish, crabs, snails, and other creatures. It's an unusual and impractical design. It's a cool face over the mask over the thing. Hair
right.
Dallas. In one of the theater seats, you see a woman dressed in a black robe inscribed with runes. Her fiery red hair contrasts sharply with her dark robes, but upon closer inspection, you notice strands of many other colors shimmering in the light. She wears a strange collar around her neck, and her lips glisten a blood red. She watches the actors and the other theater goers intently, periodically sipping something from a small cup placed next to her. As you get closer, you feel a strange tingling sensation at the back of your head. You sense that her willpower is equal to yours. It would not be wise to mess with her. Hello, nameless one. I'm A. She speaks, and her voice seems to come from beyond this realm. You hear her inside your head, as she were using telepathy, but her blood-red lips are clearly moving. You do not know what this whole absurd situation looks like from the outside, but no one seems to be alarmed. Maybe it's just your mind playing tricks on you.
Updated my journal.
In a certain sense, I like to admire your struggles, but today, I have the chance to talk to you. Ace, I know this is like, I remember how you're supposed to pronounce this stuff. I'm just gonna say A, though. Ace smiles a little and waits for your question. I need to find out actually how we're gonna get to this new place. Out into the blizzard or whatever. So it's like fun that I'm talking to all these characters, but I have no idea where we're actually going yet. I do need some more coffee. I'll get some after we're done talking to her. My answer depends on how much you know. I don't want to give too much away. I've seen how desperately you're searching for a way back to her. I watched your first meeting with her a long time ago, and your last one not long ago. What can change the nature of a man? I think you already know, but I don't expect you to answer. I just want to hear you say those words. Oh, maybe I pushed you too much. Let's forget about it. I'm not part of the divine alphabet, if that's what you mean. Even if my name might suggest it. It's a collection of aspects of me. In other words, the three people I'm caused by. The first of them was the superconscious. The superconscious. The superconscious. An impressive warrior who fought with 2 long spears. She was somewhat like you. Her skin was adorned with protective runic tattoos, except that she could move freely through time. Thanks to this, she could inflict wounds on enemies in the past or know the outcome of battle before it even took place. She wanted that plane to be reborn and make it so that its people could draw on the past experiences to transform into something more. The second was the subconscious, a mage specializing in elemental magic and necromancy. She had led a difficult life filled with suffering. Her goal, aside from fighting the monsters of her world, was to put an end to human suffering. On a conceptual level, she wanted to achieve this by bringing the entire multiverse to an end. Finally, the third was the consciousness itself. An ordinary girl from the prime material plane who, over time, began to realize the true nature of reality and learned to influence it. I'm based primarily on her.
Time passed, and she grew increasingly powerful until she was even capable of killing gods. However, it wasn't about her power at all. She just wanted to protect her family and friends. Unfortunately, the more she interfered with reality, the more reality began to crumble, and her situation grew more complicated. A smiles mysteriously. Who isn't? But let's change the subject. I can't tell you too much about those three. This music is so wild, man. I can't hear myself right. My ears are ready to pop. I know I keep complaining about it, but I'm like, I just gotta like plug my nose and blow or something. But back, gotta go get some Sudafed if I can find some. I don't think I have any. It's a problem. Of course, but I can't spoil your fun, can I? Sometimes the journey is more important than the destination. However, if you're having serious trouble with the investigation, if I were you, I'd ask someone who knows how to swim. You can expect a set of trials, both for yourself and for everyone you bring along with you. Despite the apparent lack of allies in this desolate place, you may cross paths with representatives of various philosophies who have the potential to shape your reality. It would also be up to you to determine whether their journeys stay on the right track or end prematurely. Through your own decisions. Use these decisions wisely, Nameless One. You're suffering your own torment, but will you bring it upon others as well? I can't wait to see the consequences of your decisions. She gives you a moment to process her words. Fuck me. As for the were-rat, question him thoroughly. He likes to take whatever he finds for himself. This applies both to objects and knowledge. I'm assuming you can get a were-rat companion. They keep bringing up the were-rat. Alright. Let me go get some coffee and look for some, like, Sudafed or something. I'll be right back. God, my head is, like, ringing. Oh. Ooh. I'll be right back. Woo.
Oh, wait a minute. I'll have to kick my air conditioner on at some point today. Ooh.
Because it's going to get really hot today. But it's already like, I mean, it's fine right now, but because there's so much smoke in the air that the fucking sun isn't heating up the ground. The single trip is worthy of your attention and corn, I promise. Can I just walk up on stage? Maestro. You see a man in elegant clothing with a tall hat and a cape that almost reaches the ground. He waves his hand in the air and whispers to himself in a language you do not understand. When he sees you watching him, he proudly puffs out his chest. What do you want, human? From the great mage Maestro. The man spits as your words seem to rattle his confidence. Fine, I'll show you what I can really do. The great mage resumes his mumbling and wild gesticulating. It does not look like magic to you, but more like a diversion for an audience. The man finally reaches behind your ear and pulls out a copper. See? This is what my magic can do. The man's nostrils flare like he's an animal ready to charge. If you're so smart, why don't you demonstrate something yourself? See, this right here should be like hit the mage, and then there should be like when he falls on his back, a bag of money falls from his pocket, and you can either like grab it and throw it into the fountain, or like this is all like one option here. It takes the man a moment to recover. I didn't expect that. You know your fists could instill fear in those pesky thugs. Would you like to become my bodyguard? I hope that didn't move me towards evil. I'm not trying to be evil. See a long-haired, extravagantly dressed tiefling. He has long ears adorned with numerous earrings. His long, decorated braids cascade over his leather armor. He has marks on his face and two short swords on both his left and right sides, on both the left and right sides of his belt. On his back, he has a case with an oblong instrument the length of a butcher's knife. That movie kind of sucked. Ah, behold! Is that my friendly phoenix, the scarred hand of fate? And he's decided to pass through the gates of our wonderful theater. Welcome. Oh, can it be? Have you really forgotten me, my phoenix? Or is it my memory that is trying to trick me? He seems disappointed. Fine, I shall introduce myself once more. I am Herr Dallas, and I'm many things. A wandering sparrow, a blade, an actor, a member of a troupe of wonderful tieflings, plain-touched and other misfits who put on a masterful production to amuse both cambions and commoners alike. A doom god by heart, and a wielder of entropy and chaos by choice. 'Tis a short version, though. I always knew you were a curious bird. Ask me your questions, and we shall see if I have the answers you seek. What you saw, my phoenix, 'twas an assault on art itself. The fated led by the head of a debt collector division. Ulfbrand claim I instituted their factoral Rowan Darkwood. Wouldn't you agree that's absurd? Perhaps I planned on doing so, but isn't that somewhat allowed under licentia poetica? One cannot be punished for what art is supposed to do, which is commenting on reality around us. You should not be punished for art, bro. He's right. Exactly! That is why I need you to find Ulfbrand.
one of the factors, if possible, and try to talk some reason into him. He resides safely outside Siegel in Yasgard. There's a direct portal to his division somewhere near the beach side. Should you agree to help, we have the key that will open the way for you. We just can't send any of our own. They'd be stopped on sight.
Updated my journal.
Updated my journal.
Wonderful, my phoenix. Herr Dallas raises his voice enough to attract the attention of others in his troop, who are now discreetly looking in your direction. Here's the key, the gate to the heroic domains of Yasgard. Here, the heroic domains of Yasgard. Like I said, is somewhere. Where did I see here? Here's the key, the gate to the heroic domains of Yasgard. Why did I say here? Like I said, is somewhere by the beachside. Find Ulfbrand and do whatever you must to fix this. Okay. You have anything to talk to me about? In front of you confidently stands a red tiefling. She has grayish skin, speckled with darker spots on her back. She has slightly pointed ears, and the small horns in her hair reveal her origin. She radiates an aura of self-confidence, mirrored by the smile that never leaves her face. She makes sure to give a few seconds to everyone who comes to greet her. It takes a moment to get her attention, but when she looks at you, you feel you do not want to waste her precious time. "Can I help you, good man?" she asks, resting her hand on her hip. "Is it your first time seeing our troupe, or are you a regular? Sometimes the lighting makes it hard to recognize faces, but I'm sure I've recognized yours. My name is Rayla Shy, and I'm the front woman of this group." She studies you for a moment. "Ha! Or maybe you've come to join us and showcase your talent. Not that Herr Dallas lacks one, but sometimes you need a well-built man like Kirinaldo. Kirinaldo? Yeah. You need a well-built man. And Kirinaldo is sick, while Biff is still learning." "Oh, I'm certain you have a lot of questions. Ask them, and I'll try to answer them." I don't actually think I have any questions here. Let's just go to the beach. I'll leave some of the dialogue and talking for, we have to come back here at some point anyway. The beach side.
I'm gone.
The vulgar drunkard. You're not the lady in the red dress, right? Yeah, no, she doesn't say anything. I gotta find an archway. The entrance to the beach is guarded by a thug dressed in what looks like a stinking pile of old rags. His hair, glued with grease, is put up in an attempt to be intimidating. The boy's armed with a dagger. You notice that his pouch almost tears apart due to the weight of money hidden inside it. Bro's shakes people down to come to the beach. Beachgoer. You're not the lady in red. It is nighttime. We need to find a portal here. We were given the faded coin, yeah.
Oh, this is actually a direction down here? Oh, I didn't notice that. We'll come this way then.
Done.
I don't know how much we'll have here, because this is only part 1 of this story, right? So I imagine we'll only make it so far before the game pauses. It's an addict. You see a neglected woman ruined by many hardships of life. A network of protruding veins spread across her wrinkled, liaison-covered skin. She sits directly on the ground, unconcerned by the dirt or moisture. She's focusing all her attention on a semi-transparent stone the size of a fist in her hand. She stares at it with an almost mystical rapture. You recognize it for what it is immediately. It's a sensory stone with someone's memory stored inside. The woman spits, not even sparing you a glance. Whatever she's watching right now must be a lot more interesting than you are. The woman finally looks in your direction. Her lined face shows no reluctance, but surprisingly, she starts talking.
Ha! You have no idea. The most beautiful place in the entire multiverse. So beautiful that it's almost unreal. Maybe it doesn't really exist, and was just dreamt up by someone. I wouldn't be surprised. There's no such thing as perfection. Only the stench and pain are real. Only the stench and pain are real. Like here in the ditch. I prefer to live in my beautiful illusion.
The woman considers your offer for a long moment, eyeing you warily. You must have somehow awoken a spark of trust in her, because she finally reaches out to you with the stone. In this, she resembles a timid animal that could flee at any moment, startled by a rapid gesture or a loud noise. Carefully, you take the stone in your hand. A wave of a memory washes over you immediately. You are strolling lazily through a garden. Flowers of all shapes and colors enchant you with their heavenly scents. In the treetops, birds chirp merrily. In the distance, the calm surface of a lake sparkles gently, painted gold by sun rays. Peace and harmony reign everywhere. You are not alone in this garden. The most beautiful being you have ever seen in your life is walking arm in arm with you. Light hair, golden eyes, delicate complexion, a pair of big monster jugs, snow-white wings on their back. They smile at you. You feel perfect love and happiness in your heart. Beautiful moment. Do not pass away. The vision ends, leaving sadness and emptiness behind. You now understand why the woman values the stone so much. Greedily, the woman grabs the stone and hugs it to her chest like a newborn baby.
Elysium! Ha! Elysium! Ha! People like me don't end up there anyway. Pike off! Leave me alone.
If you stop taking drugs, you may end up there too yourself.
You see that despite her initial reluctance, the woman is looking at you now with a greater attention. Your words must have hit a fertile, though long-forgotten patch of soil deep in her heart, and bloomed into something new. She ponders something for a moment, then hesitantly puts the stone in her pocket. She nods at you, then walks away without a word. You do not know if she will actually manage to change her life in the end, but you have a feeling she will at least try. Bow, 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 bow. Angry hive dweller, here's the girl in red. You see a woman who could be considered beautiful among other inhabitants of the ditch. Her long black hair waves down her back, and her piercing brown eyes tell you that despite her young age, she's been through a lot. A provocative red dress hugs her emaciated body. She greedily devours a piece of questionable meat on a stick, as if it were her first proper meal in a long time. When you approach, she gives you an appraising look.
No way, Burke. I already worked hard today. I'm on a break. Pike off. That's nice, but I'm not gonna answer them. Go bother someone else.
The woman ignores you completely. She finishes the meat, burps loudly without a hint of shame, and carelessly flicks the empty stick into the ground. She pulls a bun out of her bag you hadn't noticed before, and starts consuming it with the same fervor as the same fervor as the first course. Filling her stomach is definitely a bigger priority for her than anything you have to say, and that is not going to change anytime soon. Even the promise of financial reward does not seem enticing enough to the woman to give you a shred of her attention. She stubbornly keeps quiet and treats you like air. Perhaps she's already earned enough to cover her need for the foreseeable future. You would expect her to be terrified that someone has caught her, but she replies curtly,
Yeah, so what? Too late. He undressed willingly, clothes turn to gold, gold turns into food.
What a numbskull. The woman goes back to eating and ignores you.
Updated my journal.
I mean, I could have served her justice right there, which was probably more lawful, but... You see a stocky man wearing an absurdly thick jacket, paired with heavy boots and gloves. All these items of clothing are damp, suggesting that he was submerged in the ditch's water up to at least his chest just a short while ago. He knows how to swim. Currently, however, the man is strolling along the waterfront, scrutinizing the ground. From time to time, he jots something down in his journal, tied with a string. Time to time, he jots something down in a journal tied with string to the inside of one of the many pockets in his outfit. Their shapes suggest a multitude of strange devices arranged within reach of his short arms. When he notices you, he just offers a polite, "Good morning." His accent stands out from that of the other residents of the hive, as if you were dealing with someone so well educated that you can tell it just from the brief greeting. It just so happens that there are slimes living in this area. My job is to count them. If there were too many of them, they could really make life miserable for the residents. So I'm taking measurements and studying their living conditions to determine how many there are and what factors influence their population size. I just took the most satisfying shit. Nice. Oh, I took a shit this morning, but it wasn't very satisfying. Dude, I watched Alien from LA. I wanted a second monitor movie and I just slapped it on, and it was better than the last Albert Pyun movie we watched. That's about all I can say about it. It's probably a 1.5 movie, but it was like, I don't know, it was decent. More of a third monitor movie? Yeah, more of a movie that's on at the bar and you kind of like glance at it, but like it's just like on a TV, like it, 20, 30 feet away. Yeah, the one not in the same room as you. Yeah. It's audio just mixed with like the sports channel that's also on like 6 other different TVs in the same room. You would hate it. I gotta say, you would hate it. I will say I did like Bambino, Boss of Bosses. But he was in it for like fucking 30 seconds. The accents are wild in it. The characters are wild, like, and not interesting. The plot sucks. The characters suck. I gave it a 2.
Albert Pian can it kick rocks. I gave it a 2 because it at least, like, I mean, it was bad, but I mean, it's probably a 1.5 actually. The more I think about it, the more I'm like, I'm gonna re-rate it a 1.5. I actually went back and re-rated Killer Clowns a 2.5, and I knocked Killer Clowns down a 1/2 star because the more I thought about it, the more I would never. I mean, Hornswoggled was really funny to hear, and it had some creative stuff in it, but I would never recommend that movie to anybody. And if I would never recommend that movie to anybody, I don't think I can give it I mean, maybe if I did, it would be under a caveat. But I wouldn't, like, I don't think I'd ever give it a 3. Because a 3 movie, I would be like, yeah, you could watch this. If you're into this genre, you should watch that, right? That would be like a, well, if you have nothing else. I think a lot of casual watchers would enjoy it. I don't know. And then I made my brother watch Ninja Operation. Ninja Operation, dude. Fuck, man. The hand movements killed me. What's up, Seller? Good morning. It may not seem very interesting, but it is difficult. Just look at what I have to wear. Without a protective layer, I'd catch some disease in no time. But regardless of the conditions, the job has to get done. Phineas won't pay me unless I keep precise records. And with all these numbers, it's easy to make a mistake. That's why I have this magical box. The man pulls a small cube made of clay or something similar out of one of his pockets. It's a little scratched up and looks like it's about to fall apart. Thanks to this cube, I can transport the slimes to our laboratory to examine them more closely and mark them, which helps us control the population. Slimes reproduce asexually, and the offspring develop from parts of the parent's body. So in theory, they can multiply very quickly. We cannot allow their plague to flood the entire ditch. I don't really know if casual viewers would, like, Killer Clowns was... I don't know. Personally, I'm going to rate it off per, like, my personal review. So I knocked it down 1/2 star. And then an Alien from LA Blue. And I started watching one of the Kung Fu movies you'd seen with Jackie Chan and Sammo Hung. And then the other big... another big Kung Fu guy's in it. An actor, I can't remember his name. Yeah, Dragons Forever. I gotta, like, boot that up again and watch it. But I started watching it, and then my brother came home really early from work. And I was like, shit, if he's home, I'll just put on, like, a movie with him. And I put Ninja Operation on for him. Yeah, Seth did a video on it months ago, yeah. Not everybody watches Seth Z-Tech, though. It's very simple. The man with a wide smile presses a small button on one of the sides, and suddenly, with a blinding flash, a swarm of slimes burst out of the box. Judging by the look on the man's face, you think that he intended to do something completely different.
Updated my journal.
Yes? There is...
This thing will not burn.
A pleasure.
I'm hurt.
Oh, fuck, I
I'm
just
hurt.
killed the man.
Your teeth lend me strength.
No, that's Anna T posing.
What do you wish of Ignis?
Did you see that?
I've been wounded. How may I help? A pleasure.
Ha!
I'm a pleasure.
I'm gone.
What is thy bidding?
I'm here. A pleasure.
So I didn't mean to kill the man with Ignis's move. I also killed the woman in red over here. Like a fucking dolt. How are you slow walking over there?
I'm gone.
So I hit R. Well, now I gotta fucking like reload. God, our last save is so long ago. I think. That was right before we came down here.
All right. I'm gone.
Oh, I gotta skip through the dialogue here. It doesn't really... It was so long ago, but it's like, but really, it takes like 30 seconds to click through the dialogue lines that I already clicked through.
Updated my journal.
Okay. Quick save. Talk to this guy. Continue. Who are you? Wait a minute. Is this a different guy? What do you do with any vermin here? Just so happens there's slimes everywhere in the area. Sounds like a difficult task. Here we are. How does it work?
Updated my journal.
I'm a little out of practice, it seems.
I just make sure that the guy doesn't die.
Did you see?
Ha!
God damn, it's so hard to click on these sometimes.
Ha!
Did you see that?
Alright, there we go. Let Fall from Grace heal us a little bit. She has like a billion heal spells.
Lend me strength. Shiawase.
The video on Unreal was awesome. Yeah, but
My faith
that's
lend
cool. I
me
can watch
strength.
YouTube on a laptop. Yeah. I always forget you just didn't have like a good laptop before. I gotta play Caves of Cud. Cud. There's a lot of games I want to play. I'm just like caught in this Neverwinter Nights and Planescape Torment loop where I'm like, ah, shit. These games aren't that long. There's just so much reading. Well, Neverwinter Nights 2 is really long because it can be as long as you want it. And just keep playing it till the end of time. And then I want to play more Morrowind, so I'm like casually waiting for Morrowind to like update again, and then I'll mod and get that working. I'm sorry. This should not have happened. It looks like the cube is damaged.
The box was made of the body of a fragment of a golem donated to our office by Lothar the mage. It possesses a small measure of intelligence necessary for it to function properly. But I see that a piece of material is broken off one of the sides. If only I had a spare piece of that golem, even a small one. I was thinking something much smaller. I know which golem you're talking about, but I'm afraid Coke's metal won't work. I can see your ambitions, but I have to use as part of the original golem. Oh, unfortunately not. That golem went missing a long time ago. Lothar once sent it below the water to chip off and bring him a piece of the knife of a river, or knife in the river. But the golem never resurfaced. It's probably still stuck down there. Lothar won't make another one, since he didn't create this one. Apparently it was a gift from some mage traveler from Kieran. He's not exactly eager to retrieve it either, since he clearly doesn't need it that much. When it comes to me, I'm afraid to dive down there. It's too dangerous.
Updated my journal.
It's a huge chunk of metal sticking out of the ditch. Legend has it that it's a fragment of the crown of the Lady of Pain herself. But that's obviously nonsense. I think to get to it, you'll need a boat and a good navigator, since it's surrounded by dangerous rocks.
Updated my journal.
Alright, well, that's another quest we have. Like the idea of visual novels, but most visual novels absolutely suck. I think there's a lot of, like, in any genre of game, there's a lot of, like, where media in fashions, media that excels and media that doesn't, in your own, like, personal tastes and other things, right? I've heard that the Vampire Masquerade Bloodlines ones were alright. I think Karen is the Dragonlance world. That's cool. Hey, we're looking for patches. Patch? You recognize this creature as Modron. At the sound of the name, the Modron perks up and turns towards you. Flapping his wings, he scurries over to you almost gleefully and sits on his haunches as if waiting for orders. He pants with an unsettling loudness all the while. You're not sure if Modrons have tongues, but the thought of being licked feels uncomfortably plausible. The Modron lunges at your hand, frantically sniffing it. He lets out a series of squeaks and short barks of varying tone and volume. In his excitement, he scratches the ground with his paws, kicking up a cloud of dust and dirt. You need not repeat the command. As soon as he picks up the scent, he shoots forward like a stone from a slingshot and rushes towards the tavern without looking back.
Updated my journal.
Even though he's walking in the wrong direction, but okay. There's a bunch of XP. It's a Debus. One of the many goddesses of love, probably from the prime material plane. Someone has painted her symbol on a cliff with cheap paint, which will likely disappear in a few months. It's Zack and Son. They looked somebody when I was playing the original one, or not when I was playing the Vampire Masquerade Bloodlines, like Troika game, for like the third or fourth time, somebody came in and said they were good. Or recommended them. But I don't know. I haven't touched them. I really liked Zero Escape. Zero Escape was pretty cool. And I've heard the other one from that guy, AI Somnum Files. I heard that's good. And then I know people really like the Phoenix Wright games as well. I've heard good things about the Phoenix Wright games. As you reach the end of the pier, running through the Suicide Falls, you notice a couple arguing. The man dressed in dustman robes is passionately gesticulating, while the woman accompanying him exudes an unwavering, almost perfect calm. "Darling, please, be honest with me. Do you not love me anymore?" "Oh, silly, where did you get that idea? Of course I love you," she replies in a soothing voice, absent of intense emotion.
Why is it that every time I want something more from you, you never want it?
The woman looks at him dispassionately before answering. Because you only desire my body. You're not interested in the metaphysical dimension of love. Her voice is so blissfully soothing. Why does love always have to come down to one thing for you? To primitive carnality, to momentary pleasures. The man seems immune to the woman's soothing voice.
Primitive carnality? Isn't it true that human pleasure is the ultimate good? After all, carnal pleasures are nothing like other. Our pleasures are nothing other than
a straight path to frustration.
A natural expression of human need for happiness.
The woman lets the man's words sink in. My love, your heart burns with passion, but the fire that burns intensely will burn out quickly.
Chief, let's not waste our time on them. It looks like they're having some marital problems. And even if it's not marital, we certainly won't learn anything interesting. We're better off freezing in the hells.
Kaboom. The man ignores that remark.
I desire passion. I want ecstasy. A little romanticism.
Why don't you ask what I desire? I want ideal, disembodied love, moral transcendent. Love is more than a momentary fantasy. It is a repeated daily decision.
I should have rated you, goddammit. Ah, shit. Were you streaming, buddy? Or were you streaming? Everybody's streaming today. Oh, you just finished I Want to Be the Guy? I heard that's like a shit post the game, you know? What type of game is it? Is it like a point and click adventure game? Or is it like more like the Impossible Quiz or something like that? Then can your daily decisions be to give me pleasure? The guy hit the nail on the head. My humble opinion, this woman's awfully stiff. So can't it?
Are you unable to control your impulse to remain chaste with me in the name of love?
The whole abstract description of love makes me sick. Do you really not see how mundane love actually is?
The man turns to you and sees resignation in his eyes.
My dear beloved son is as cold as ice towards me.
The woman interrupts him mid-sentence, addressing him in a barely audible voice. Zach, you really shouldn't involve strangers in our private affairs. Aye, let's get out of here.
Maybe. It's some Kaizo bullshit. Okay. Some yummy trolls thrown in for good measure. Yeah. What are you talking about? Are you telling me Steven Seagal actually makes music? No fucking way, bro. Yeah, so we're forming the worst band ever. It's like Jean-Claude Van Damme, Casper Van Dien, Steven Seagal, you know. The comments are fucking gold. Holy shit, man. I'll have to listen to it after the stream. What the fuck? I'm gonna listen to it now, I guess. He has a whole album? It's famously bad? That's crazy. Man ignores his beloved, continuing his deletion. Our argument has been going on for years. Perhaps you, stranger, can talk some sense into her. You look like you've been through a lot. Convince her to give me a blowjob.
No, convince him.
You detect a hint of irritation in the woman's voice. She's afraid of losing control.
Compromise? How so? What is this word, compromise? I mean, this is really kind of one-sided, but okay. Of course, it may be a case-by-case scenario.
Yes, darling. I like it this way. Let our first moments be intense, and then we'll enjoy peace and stability. They kiss and do not pay attention to you anymore.
That was so boring. Makes me want to puke.
But it gave me 32,000 XP, Anna.
Dude, they really do. They really fucking do, man.
Hell, I actually enjoy seeing Casper Van Dien more than I enjoy seeing either of those two. At least Casper Van Dien's in some interesting movies. You know? At least Casper Van Dien's kind of hot. At least he looks like kind of cute. I don't know. What do you want me to say? I'm not. You've seen his 3 best movies. I'm not sure you could say that yet. Well, dude. I gotta load up some Casper Van Dien movies then. All right. Modern Vampires, Starship Troopers 1 and 3. You can't fucking say Dracula 3000 was one of his best movies. Dracula 3000, man, dude. I wanna jizz him on your bazongas while I stroke my anaconda. Thank you, fucking Coolio. Fucking hell, man.
Time is precious. Let us not squander it here.
But am I wrong, though? Like, I would still rather not watch a Steven Seagal movie or not watch a Chuck Norris. I don't even know a Chuck Norris movie, to be fair, so maybe I can't compare it. And we haven't really gone into our Steven Seagal wormhole yet. A strange scene is unfolding in the distance in front of you. You see 2 people at the edge of the cliff. One of them is a young woman in fashionable green clothes that are now dirty and torn, as if the owner has stopped caring about anything. The other is a pot-bellied man in an elegant suit, standing right next to her. His face, with pointed features and a prominent nose, has something rat-like about it, even more so with his slick-back light brown hair that resembles fur. The man recites something for a while, waving his hands as if to emphasize the importance of what he is saying. From afar, you cannot hear the words, but the pantomime makes you think of a vendor at a market, hawking his wares. The woman listens to him with a blank look. She seems completely indifferent. The man produces a piece of parchment from his breast pocket, then unrolls it in front of the woman, handing her a quill pen at the same time. The woman reaches for it automatically, running it across the paper with apathy. She has barely made the last stroke when the man almost yanks the pen away from her, baring his teeth with a self-satisfied smile. The numb woman turns away from him as he does not exist. She closes her eyes, lurches forward, and you see her fall out of sight, disappearing into the void below. The man finally notices you. He beckons you over with an inviting gesture. When you approach, he bows to you. Politeness is plastered to his face, but he radiates deceit brighter than a lighthouse in the darkness of the night. Hello, dear sir. What a terrible, terrible world. Not a glimmer of hope to find. The only rational thing to do is kill yourself and end your suffering, right? I suppose you'll be jumping too, won't you? The man seems confused. Don't you want to make a deal with me and commit suicide? The man clearly does not understand the full meaning of your words, but he nods with mock sympathy anyway. Of course. These things are very difficult.
But the truth is that life is horrible and meaningless. Only toil and suffering awaits us. Wouldn't it be better to end it all quickly and painlessly? And while at it, I feel like I have to burp, but I don't have to burp. Help your fellow man and perform a good deed before death to ensure your eternity in the upper planes.
Updated my journal.
I'll explain. My name is Mahali Travesti, and I'm a member of the Fated. I don't know if you've heard of us, but we're an association of people who are resourceful and also highly altruistic and highly autistic. For example, I'm waiting here at the Suicide Falls to relieve the burden of this mortal coil from the shoulders of those who decide to take the final step. Thanks to the fact that they sign over their fortune to me before they jump, they can enter the afterlife unburdened by destructive materialism. And, at the same time, their generosity earns them points with the powers of good. A perfect arrangement. Everyone benefits from it. So what do you say to that? A quick signature, one tiny leap, and then a golden future in the land of angels.
Updated my journal.
Ooh, got him. Forged dead contract. My inventory is fucking full. What the hell is this? A stiff mask. Well, I'll send it to you to identify, I guess. Mask of San. 1 charisma, 1 armor class. Resistance to panic and berserk. Can only be used by beings with a face. Oh, give me 1 charisma. This false dead contract is similar to a standard Dustman dead contract, but the tiny cramped writing on it hides the fact that the signer in fact does not owe his corpse to the Dustman after death at all. Essentially, any Dustman who signs the contract will essentially be paying the signer for doing nothing but putting his signature to the paper. He's in some shit. I still have yet to find the portal they were talking about. Okay, let's go talk to this man over here. We gotta go to this. We have to go back to the bar. We have to go talk to the naked man in the alley. The naked dandy. The young man sighs heavily. He's managed to find some rag to cover himself and begins his walk of shame home. The Native Americans took the walk of shame. No, it was not called, but Wikipedia, I don't care what Wikipedia says.
Updated my journal. All right.
I only updated my journal. I didn't actually, like, complete the quest, right?
Done.
Okay. Alright, dude, I'm about to make a fucking sandwich here soon. I'm all out of yogurt because the store never carries any fucking yogurt anymore. So I'm always like,
Done.
Oh, I have to find One guy... Yeah, I gotta find this portal, which I have no fucking clue where it is. So let me guess. It's probably in this arch that's over here. There's a metal arch. Like... The guy said it was by the beach, but it's probably this arch here. No? Damn. We gotta talk to the pale woman some more. Well, let's come in here and get our reward from... Also, I need to fucking... Take the book. Put that on. Take the clue. Take these items that I don't need. I need to sell this battle axe of quality.
I'm gone.
Have I ever talked to you, Tripler? Your eyes catch the sight of a tall skeleton standing motionless by the table. As you follow his imaginary gaze peering out from empty eye sockets, you notice 3 mugs on the table, forming the vertices of a perfect triangle. After a moment, you also look at its collarbones, from which 3 medallions hang. As you look at it, the debtor suddenly seems familiar to you in some way. The skeleton does not react.
This never gets old, does it, Chief?
The skeleton does not react despite your use of the ability. Either it's too old to retain any remnants of its mind, or it's deliberately ignoring you. Or perhaps the problem is more complex. We'll have to deal with that guy.
All right.
A bit. Let's talk to this big guy. Patch's sense of smell proved to be more acute than you expected. You see the fiend and his friend are together again. The Modron rubs his cubic body against a gravel's thigh, who in return strokes his head. The quiet exchange seems to bring both of them comfort and closure. As you approach, a gravel looks up to you. His goat-like face contorts into a grimace that, with a little goodwill, could be considered a smile.
Ah, it's you, mortal. You managed to find my dear companion. You kept your part in the bargain, I'll keep mine. Here's your reward. He hands you a heavy purse of coins. If you ever visit the town center in Hades, mention my name and the locals will treat you with respect. Now leave us. We have nothing more to say to each other. As if to confirm his words, Patch dismisses you with a short bark. Both of them pay no further attention to you.
Updated my journal.
Well, he disappeared. I don't know how many coins he actually gave me, but... We have 8,000 coins now. It can't be that little. Since you last spoke to her, the woman has made progress on the worm necklace. The first row is already finished, and she's just finishing the second row. With deft movements, she seems happy in her own way. Humming something under her breath and swaying slightly from side to side. She raises her eyes to you as you approach. With the Tanari tips of her head... the Tanari tips of her head before fall... Fuck, what the hell am I reading here? The Tanari tips her head before fall from grace, in a parody of a bow. With a mocking smile and contempt, wench, blah, blah, blah. They have the same back and forth. You won't buy my battle axe? It's unfortunate. Okay. One day she'll have finished whatever trinket that she's working on there. Let's talk to the skeleton again.
All right.
The skeleton does not react. Dude, I know. I get so impatient with it where I'm like, oh, I'm in a new zone. What do? Auto explore right into an enemy or right into a position I shouldn't be in. It's like, bro, you got to take it like turn at a time. But then sometimes I'm like, fuck, man, just go faster so I can get to the later game stuff. And then I misplay in the early game and get my ass killed so much that when I finally get to the late game, I'm like, well, fuck, I misplayed too much. I play the game like it's a Binding of Isaac run, and I'm just running to the end of it in an hour or something. Yeah. Love when I end up in a place that it was supposed to be impossible to find. What's up, Dublin Blade? It is really fucking long for how slow you have to play it. Going and clearing all the zones out to grind the XP you need before you move. Can I rest? I can't rest here. I don't have permission. Okay, discover the were-rat temple. To save its life, a book of mimics showed me the temple with a large statue of a were-rat. I also noticed a treasure chest there, which caught my attention. I already have the key, the sketch beneath the entry, and I think it should be enough to open it. But where is the temple? Perhaps the local were-rats can tell me something. Needs a shard of Lothar's lost golem, which is supposedly located somewhere in the knife of the river. I'll need a boat with a skilled navigator. I'm sure the captain on the beach and his monodrone will be able to help me. Alright, let's go talk to them. I also need to go to the beach anyway, because I have to find this portal to... Yeah, just start at level 25 or something. It would be nice to have, to just start a campaign at a certain level. That's why I'm interested in what this next update's going to have in it. Because it looks like the next update is a lot, like, more than just, you know, new content. It's like a reworking of how some content works. Going to the beach side.
Done.
Still looking for this portal that's supposed to be somewhere. Oh, there's that portal. Okay. We'll do that momentarily. Let's go get this crown from the bottom of the ocean first. They rebalance every time. That's cool.
Done.
Giggly cranium rat. Finally, my nose is starting to be like I'm losing the pressure in my head. I took a Sudafed, but... A cranium rat is scurrying along the rubbish. It is not aggressive, nor does it act particularly like a cranium rat. It seems to be giggling, excited by its discoveries, and sometimes talks to itself with telepathy. Us? Sure, we're having a lot of fun down here with all these pebbles. The rat laughs loudly inside its exposed mind. Its laughter almost sounds painful in your head. No, no! We used to be, but now we're part of this pile of rocks. The master of the pipe set us free. He. The Pied Piper. He lives in the pipe. He flies out sometimes and flies back in at other times. He passes us by. We wave to him and he waves back at us. A great pebble master of the pipe. A great pebble master of the pipe. We are all pebbles. It is good to be among our people.
Updated my journal.
A big pebble with arms and legs? There isn't one. There's no golem. The master fished it out of the water and took it back to his place. Into the pipe. But you can't go in there, into the pipe. It's too steep. It would be handy to have a long, flexible pebble that you could tie around yourself and use to climb down. Everything's a pebble. A long, slender, dangly pebble. Might be helpful in a place like this. As you stand in the shadow of the gigantic piece of metal, Hannah stands up to the edge and reaches out to touch its rough surface. I've never seen it from this close. The window of my childhood bedroom looked out onto it. Well, I say window, but I mean a wee hole in the wall of the crumbling attic where I slept. Her hand pulls back and she sighs heavily. Me pals and I used to scare each other with stories, but where it came from, I mind I said it was a sword of some giant knight from Archaron, and Niwa had this daft story that Tiefling falls silent. It seems her monologue has ended.
Naiwa said it was a bit of seagull itself. That any Burke put it out and the whole city, pulled it out, the whole city'd fall apart. Silence settles on the pier again. Naiwa's gone. None of them are here anymore. None of them are here anymore. Let's get out of here, eh? I have been itching for more Cud and Dwarf Fortress. A massive rusty blade covered in razor vine protrudes from the water. It's a single solid piece of metal. The forge that produced this colossus must have been enormous. You have a rope I can... I do, but I need it. Back in the settlement, you'll surely find one at the market, with a loopy string merchant. Come on, I don't want to sail all the way back. I actually have a bit of extra rope, the captain sighs, glancing at the deck of his boat. I bought a coil of this special kind. For building snakes. It wasn't cheap, but I'll part with it for 500 copper coins. What do you say?
Updated my journal.
Fuck up. I'll use 500 copper coins on your stupid fucking rope. I don't see any way to actually get into the hole here. This is when this part's not actually in the story yet. Oh, there it is. Pixel hunting. In the shadow of the knife, in the river stands a tall, solid metal pole.
All right.
Is a Lothor's golem. In the shallow water before you stands a massive statue carved to resemble a ghoul. It looks extremely sturdy, the sort that ordinary weapons would be unlikely to harm. It gives the impression that it is watching you with its stone eyes. After a while, you notice that the statue is not entirely motionless. From time to time, it gently turns its head towards you, as if ready to react should you attempt to make contact. It does not utter a single word, however. It must be the missing golem you're looking for.
Updated my journal.
Stonehead turns slightly, as if interested towards the succubus. Golems are a matter that have been brought to life. Of course, this life does not fit the simplest definitions of life. Perhaps a more appropriate term would be animation, or setting something in motion. They are constructs whose movements are determined by a wizard who breathed magic, or even someone's spirit into such a puppet. How do you want to chip away a piece of the golem? Its appearance makes it clear to you that you need to be very careful so it does not automatically see you as a threat. Use tongs. The approach turns out to be the right one. You manage to sever a piece of the creature without any trouble, and it does not even flinch. It looks like it has no intention of attacking you.
Updated my journal.
The golem does not seem to be physically bound. It just does not move. The golem does not react. Golem shard. Piercing. It's a slashing weapon. That's good. Stinky chocolate. I'll send these to you. Open your fucking scroll case. Move those to the container.
The purpose of this device is a mystery to you. Well, I can't go anywhere else, so let's just get the fuck out of here.
You again? It wasn't enough that you took my senses. Did you come for my breath, too?
The man begins to cast some spell. Clearly, there is no room for discussion for you at the moment.
Playtime is over.
Did you see that?
I'm a little out of practice, it seems.
Well, good thing we're just all on top of him. We're gonna beat his ass. God damn, that's really bright. The fuck was that? Can I fucking find the pixel to click on? There we go. Can we rest here? Too dangerous to rest here. Alright, well, we're out of here.
All right.
Let's come down and give this guy the piece of the golem he needs. I like these random encounters we get. Cheap Jack. At the middle point between two developments, spanning a cove where the slow current of the ditch deposits massive piles of trash, stretches a wooden bridge of dubious quality. It looks as if it were hastily erected using whatever materials were at hand. Right in the middle of the structure stands a rickety traveling stall, next to which a smiling Cheap Jack stands. The cart is positioned in such a way that in your mind's eye you can almost see it tilting and sliding into the mud and debris below. Sure, show me your fucking wares, man. Only usable by in-depths. Another companion that I don't know about. The bone whistle. It's improved strength once a day. Chipped copper piece. Fire and Dust. Author James Allen Gardner. This book chronicles the adventures of the Sigillian painter Britlin Cavendish and a handful of his eccentric companions as they travel through the various planes of existence. It begins in Sigil, where Britlin hired to paint a portrait, accidentally witnessed the bloody assassination. Well, I'll sell you the fucking shit I have. How about that? But I don't really care about buying anything else. Usable only by Chaos Men. Yeah, we're definitely going to get a Rat Man companion or something. I'm confused. How do I leave? I might be bugged out here. I think I just accidentally hit select weapon is all I hit. Don't know how that happened, but... Okay, we're still going here.
Done.
And now we gotta talk to this man. I have what you asked for. That's wonderful. Thank you so much. This will allow me to collect and catalog slimes again. You've done the Society of Seagull a great service, Mr. Thane. Oh? He reflects for a moment and squints. Yes, yes indeed. Sorry. Anyway, whoever you are, you've made your mark on the annals of pest control. You deserve a decent reward. The man rummages in his pockets, reaching deeper than seems possible. After a moment, he pulls out a sack that is far too large to fit there. Please, open it.
Updated my journal.
Before your eyes appears a leather vest, devoid of any metal fastening, stitched with white thread. To the touch, it feels impenetrable. The cut is distinctly feminine. Here you go. This is armor crafted from various pests of the abyss. A masterpiece from the lower planes. I once received it from a postman friend who found the package that had been undelivered for 30 years. It was supposed to reach the city of Plague Mort on Slippery Offal. Slippery Offal Street. That's a great name for a street. But between the time the package was sent and when it was supposed to be delivered, the city was sucked into the abyss and changed its name. In the new Plague Mort, there's no longer such a street. So the package was no longer eligible for delivery. Instead of return address, it just said Benair Cock Diemri Nochtero. No one claimed it, and after all these years, I doubt it would be of any use to anyone else. He looks at Anna and adds in a whisper, "Could make a wonderful gift for your chosen one." Of course. Lower planes, vermin armor. 15% to hide in shadow, only worn usable by Anna. It's garbage compared to what Anna's wearing, I'll tell you that. Can I even send it to you? It's just too far away. You're wearing armor class +4, Thaco +1. This gives you hide in shadow. The problem with a lot of these games is like hiding in shadows or being stealthy like doesn't do anything in a lot of these games. It's like, why would I even want... It's like, oh, the enemies are less likely to target that character over another character, but then when combat starts, it's like you often aren't hiding in shadows because it's like a toggle ability, but then it's like, oh, you could sneak past some people, but why? You have to fight them anyway. It's like a lot of times you can't do stuff without your whole party. And then you have a party of people, so it's like your party just attracts everybody into whatever. 2 beautiful flowers grow from a rock that juts out of the rancid water. You cannot quite decide whether the sight is beautiful or macabre. Alright. Now let's go through this portal over here. Dude, I just want to play fucking Neverwinter Nights 2.
All right.
I could play it all week.
Here in black and white, too.
Isgard. We do need to find parts of a frost giant. Hold on. I'll send this to you. It's beer goggles again. Of course. Level 2 wizard spell. Can we rest? I haven't found a place to rest yet. Damn. To pay for a night somewhere. Tasselwick Drom. You see a well-dressed man, obviously out of place. His attire is halfway between a robe and some kind of smart garment. It stands out like a sore thumb. Among the raw, natural style of the Earthberg, he is leaning back slightly, arms placed on his hips and eyes closed, as if meditating. As you approach, he jumps a bit, opening his eyes and turning to face you.
Oh, you startled me, stranger. Upon a closer look at you,
he adds,
and startling me still. What are you? Interesting. And what happened to you, if I may ask? You barely look human, no offense intended.
The man coughs in surprise.
It's quite extraordinary.
He composes himself after a moment. But the expression of shock still lingers.
I'm Tasselwick Drom. I work for the Census Archive at the Hall of Records. And who might you be?
It says here you were born under a certain sign. And what would that be?
Take your papers to Celis Gravius in the next room.
Oh, amnesia? Is that why you come to me? So I can look up records for you? Are you a citizen of Siegel? He seems revitalized by the prospect. Oh, go ahead and ask. Tasselwick seems pleased with the concept of providing information. Oh, there are not many of those with permanent residence. There's Bagerson Dunn, when he's traveled to the Pandemonium to heed some winter goddess's call. There's Holuti Scaregeng. Well, was. She fell in love with a dark elf and moved to the prime material. And, of course, there's our own Brigit Gunnersmoon, historian from the Hall. But she's also out, visiting an aunt in Jotunheim. So, currently no permanent frost giants in Siegel. Why do you ask? Oh, interesting. He pauses for a moment before slyly continuing. Did you mean to ask one to come... did you mean to ask one to come open it, or were you hoping to extract a piece of bone out of their body? Of course, Tasselwick smiles. What was I thinking? Well, there's no frost giants in Siegel at the moment, but Ulfbrand's earring is certainly a frost giant bone. He probably wouldn't part with it, though. Well, yes, of course. Are you not? I rarely see people from outside the faction up here. He suddenly gets a bit uneasy at the realization. Oh, that's unusual. You should go talk to Ulfbrand then. Announce your arrival.
Scald. Skurlnick. Damn, that's fucked up, bro.
What'd he say?
I don't know, but this guy's a character.
Middle-aged man somberly leans against the statue. Although his colorful clothing befits a bard, the stains and creases in the fabric make him look anything but cheerful. He is sad. His sad, longing eyes are fixed on an arched entrance beneath the building. You try and peek inside. It's too dark in there to make out any shapes, but you notice that the archway looks significantly older than the rest of the building. The man wakes up from his strange stupor, but his face resembles a mask of longing. Oh, no ver, no more. Afskid. I was not paying attention. What did you need? The man sighs. Whatever. Ah, Ulfbrand, large half-Jotun, Jarl of this land. He's a petitioner, so he can't be killed. Ask the fated, they should know better than me. Whatever. My name is Einar. I'm a skald or a bard, if you will. I once performed for the Jarls here, but I lost my musa. The man hopelessly points towards the arched entrance as a single tear flows down his cheek. There is a portal here to Alfheim. The hall was built around it. The stone arch was covered with a jade skull that kept it open, but it was stolen years ago. No, the precious portal is closed. There is a magical wood in Alfheim, one which raises the alcohol content of all liquids stored in it. That is where the portal leads. The elves treat it as a sacred ground. Allow nobody in. The secret portal led to a secret location, even to the elves. Parasig, peace off, Burke. Do I look like I want to sing? The man turns away from you and crosses his arms. He's done talking for now. Peace off.
This is where we have to take this scroll and we send it to you. We put it on your bar.
Ignis hears you. Ricochet.
Oh, to just cast it on him. Well, you're friends with everybody now. Not that that matters.
I'm gone.
This impressive golden statue depicts a one-eyed god wielding a spear. Its craftsmanship is dazzling. There's a hole in the cliff up here. What the hell? You gonna lurk and make some food? Yeah, I gotta make some food here in a minute. This enormous skeleton of an unknown creature has been stripped of all flesh. Who or what slaughtered and devoured it remains a mystery.
All right.
Pixel hunting. Decrepit holy symbol. Leg bones connected to the leg bone. The leg bone's connected to the skull bone. The skull bone's connected to the unregistered sensory stone. This unregistered sensory stone's connected to the skull bone. The carcass of a large deer, stripped of most of its edible flesh. In Yasgard, all wildlife tends to be somewhat larger. Flies and scavenging vermin show a particular fondness for this corpse. Perhaps the greatest mystery of this place is the solitary gear. Did it come from the ditch, or from some Yasgardian clock? Nothing nearby hints at its purpose. You feel some familiar tingling in the back of your head as you touch the stone. What do you want to do with it? Reputation is everything. The rant of a bubbler from the hive to some unpleasant Burke cuts in half the daily bustle of Sigillian slum. Ah, another bloodthirsty brawl. All the charm of the hive, where a knife blow to the kidneys is a polite way of greeting. Today, however, you ignore the common thugs who know to not risk their courtesies with you. They know you well enough, or rather, they know your reputation, and more importantly, your skills. So you ignore the drunken sods and the stench of the hive, the crooked huts and inns, the bizarre creatures and population, and the curved city line. In fact, you ignore Siegel itself. That does it. Today is the time you show what you can do. In Sigil, there are many factions, organizations, gangs, and groupings, each with their own custom. And reputation is everything. You belong to one such gang. You're a chieftain, although it is rare. The incompetence of your subordinates has forced you to take matters into their own hands and do your favorite job yourself. Yes, you would not have become the leader of this pack of dogs if you had not known and understood these words. You want to do something right? Do it yourself. Nevertheless, despite your morbid self-confidence, you've had a bad feeling all morning. Many years of communing with the art have sharpened some sense hidden for others. Or maybe it's a moment of weakness. Either way, you feel there might be a problem with your job. You enter the clerk's ward. It is well kept. It is a well-kept, better part of Siegel, full of opportunity. When you were a teenager a long time ago, in another life, you loved to steal from these smelly stalls. Life has changed, but the delight of robbery remains. It was easier for a kid, though. You are no longer fit for carefree pickpocketing. Anyway, there are too many people in the shadows with their eyes on you. There it is, Dr. Condren's house. You've heard descriptions of the interior from your people. Splendor, debauchery, and zero sympathy for the less affluent trash. Yes, long ago you knew others. Many fellows who considered it their life's mission to loot only similar wealthy individuals who would unscrupulously and with charm in their eyes exploit what and whom they could, stealing from them supposedly brought greater honor, but to you it never made a difference who was the victim. They open the door. The doctor is waiting for you. The boys stay outside.
Yes, luxury for show in all its majesty, from paintings to furniture to sodding cats. Ah, please, sit down, sir, the doctor begins when you enter his lair. Well, there we have it. You are a dear sir. Well, there we have it. You are a dear sir. The talk starts with malicious sarcasm, with a hint of mockery. Dr. Condren's change, although expected, surprises you because it is different to what you were expecting. He pulls a crude face, which changes into one you've seen on spiritualized priests when they begin to preach the punchline to their mass. You might call it the act of a final sanctified rite. He gets up from behind his desk and starts walking along a display case containing old-fashioned swords and knives, still wearing that expression. Do you know my occupation? He asks, turning to you. Yes. You see, I have really helped many people, and I have to help you too. Calm down. Condren raises his hands in a conciliatory way. I'm ready to pay tenfold of the second. Let's call it installment. But you will need help. You're an interesting man. Condren sticks out his tongue and points his finger at the end of it. Many of your entourage have scrolled through this place, as you call it, the madhouse. Uninteresting, common and often disgusting creatures. But you're capable of a deeper reverie, I believe. Of course. Let me explain. However, before I do, I must admit that I have not been completely honest with you. I would like to hire you to kill someone who has caused the deaths of several people I previously hired. Those who bled before my eyes spoke of him as the Invincible. Yes. The doctor pulls a silly face. Someone else could miss it, but you noticed his sudden fidgetiness. My God. What does he deserve such a vindication? Rot Megwen, what's up, Aries? How's it going? Hope you're doing well. It's been a hot minute. Oh, I gotta stretch, man. I'm surprised. Today is supposed to be like really fucking hot, but it's so smoky out because of the fires. That the sun is not piercing through the it's still like kind of dark out. I mean, it's light, but it's, you know. Ugh. A few days ago, he was my patient. He escaped from the asylum, and in his paranoia, he got it into his head that, Condren lowers his voice, I am in collusion with the lady. With the Lady of Pain. I'm telling you, sir, that this case, with its severe paranoid delusions, is extremely dangerous. Dear sir, of course not. If that were the case, I would have to remove at least half of my patients. Suffice it to say that I have legitimate concern for my safety. There have already been 3 attempts. Last time I found this at the door. The doctor hands you a sheet of yellowed, torn parchment. You read, Now I know where you live, you thief. Get ready. He is simply delusional. Condren looks away. But please be serious. He has already removed 13 of my trusted people and 7 of yours. Invincible. I have hired some serious hitters. They should be here any minute. One of your boys storms into Condren's office. Chief, something happened on the street. Some real carnage. There's a rumble as someone barges into Dr. Condren's house. You hear a few groans and the sound of falling bodies. Someone is running towards the door. At the threshold of the room, you see an unknown individual. He's a powerful-looking man wearing a blood-stained coat. You're not sure if the blood is actually his. He holds 2 crooked long knives in his hands, his exposed forearms full of old scars slumped along his body. Suddenly, he points a finger at the doctor and speaks in a rumbling voice.
You dog, you thief, where's my journal? I updated my journal.
The doctor's runny, bloodshot eyes move to you. It's him! Help! The respectable Condren howls, leaping into the corner of the office. You raise your hand to cast a spell, but suddenly the room flashes with blue light. You fall face down and only manage to see the powerful man and the doctor disappear in the glow of a portal. Corpses lay everywhere, in the hall, on the stairs, and in the street. You run as fast as you can, splashing your shoes in shimmering pools of blood. And what about those two? Reputation no longer matters. You know what befell them. The lady's mazes. Your respect for Siegel returns. You silently hope that she has spared you. Again, you do not know why. Maybe it's a new and better sense or fear, but you're sure it's not true. Suddenly a blue light pours out of the alley in front of you, illuminating your face. It happens at the very moment when you're starting to hope that you might be able to save yourself after all. You used to like this place in your teens. Good loot, good fun. Holding on to good memories, you take one last glance at Siegel and disappear. All that remains of you is a quiet chant and a memorable reputation among the drunk regulars of Siegel's many taverns.
All right.
22222. Oh, we gotta go in here and talk to this other guy. It's getting food while playing a game like this is hard because I'll get food and then it's like, bro, I gotta fucking talk to like people constantly. Damn, this guy's a fucking heavy bastard. The sauna master. This is a sauna heater that warms the cabin. It's fired by wood, which heats the stones that store the heat. The stones then release it into the surrounding air and produce steam when water is poured over them. Standing at the back of the room is an unusually short and stocky man dressed in light white robes. In one hand, he holds a silver tray filled with various objects. With his other hand, he rummages through them, as if to check that everything is in order. At first glance, you can see various fans, fabrics, and even a bowl of ice chunks on it. Finally, he notices your approach and speaks up. "Welcome to my sauna. So, what can this dwarf do for you?" He takes a closer look at you. "I hope you're not a sensate, are you?" "I feel as though I'm not welcome here." The sauna master takes a closer look at you. "You don't look like a sensate, so no problem." The man is pleased with your attention. He brings the tray closer so you can get a better look at which items piqued your interest. I don't really care, buddy. Container's locked. Maybe I'll have to talk to that guy at some point. Are these locked? The 7 Wonders of the Multiverse. Oh my god, that's a lot of stuff. A lot of books to read. Gold ring. I need some fucking room. Sure. Oh, my inventory. You're all too far away from me. Oh, I didn't even look at this. This is clearly a holy symbol, but apart from the surviving vine motif around the edge, there's nothing to indicate its nature or origin. The power it was dedicated to must have been eradicated. Somebody was talking about wanting a, sensory stone or like an item to a god that didn't exist anymore. Yeah, can't remember who that was. Seated on a stone throne at the far end of the vast hall of the Debt Collection Division is a massive, powerful warrior. From a distance, you might think his size is an illusion, but up close, it becomes clear that the man is of unusual proportions and stands over 10 feet tall. His face is covered by a helmet that reveals only the sides of his head, making it hard to tell whether he is sound asleep behind the metal mask or an alert guardian. In contrast to his hidden face, another part of his body is clearly on display. His gigantic round belly.
Who comes before Ulfbrand Volgarson?
The giant speaks in a booming bass voice that is slightly distorted by a metallic echo. He takes a time pronouncing the word, but the way he articulates each syllable clearly indicates that he is not speaking his native language. Ulfbrand is almost motionless, but you are certain he is watching you closely. He waits for your question. What about it? Oh yeah? So what's their the fact that he would say, oh yeah, is like, does not feel right. So what is their offer? Ulfbrand straightens in his chair, his interest piqued.
Updated my journal.
Ulfbrand bursts out laughing, without holding back, and his ringing laughter echoes through the hall. None other than the Norns have prophesied that a play will soon premiere in which Herr Dallas will portray Duke Darkwood, spreading harmful lies about him and destroying his reputation. Verdandi, and Skuld are never wrong. For the intent alone, he must die. This is non-negotiable. He turns towards the shrine at the side of the hall, as if to prove the Norn's infallibility. Ah, so now you stand in front of a choice. You may work for me instead, or you may die. Give me the location of where the troop hides, so me and my men can raid it and bathe in blood. Well, I don't want to lie because I want to be lawful, so...
So, you will die too.
Updated my journal. Weapons not...
Damn it.
Weapons not doing a damn
Here, I've
thing.
been
My
wounded.
weapon's not doing a damn thing. Well, that worked.
May my
I'm gone.
face lend me strength. May my face lend me strength. Sheawase.
Well, that's unfortunate because I need his earring, don't I?
The Karak sings true. All right.
I haven't had this much fun since, the last time.
Since the last time.
Did you see that?
May my face lend me strength.
This thing will...
There is...
Ha!
I killed his doggy. Can we rest? I don't have permission to rest here.
Well, it does say it's futile to attempt to damage him. Does this work? Can I cast this on him? Oh, I can't use abilities or cast spells or use items in this area? Holy shit.
It shall be done.
Done.
Okay, well then what am I supposed to do with this asshole? No, I don't want to die! I will go run a sauna someplace else! So is there some way I can actually, like, kill this man? These banners display the crest of the Fated, a crown-robed humanoid figure. This bust, crafted with incredible attention to detail, depicts a woman wearing a winged helmet and emanates an aura of power and loss. Don't run around that side of the table, you buttholes.
I'm gone.
Well, I don't know how I was supposed to get this earring from him then. Nay, I'm just a citizen of Hemenborg. I'm not wanted in any factions. Whatever. Below, another Earthberg floats, topped by a circular wooden port city. High cliffs and waterfalls surround it. On only one side meets the ocean, which seems impossibly suspended in space.
Aye?
I like that we still have this combat music.
Might as well.
Clipped copper charm. Minor blessing. +1 to luck. Temporary.
All right.
Well, combat music, so music is over. I do need this charm. Maybe I have to go back to the troop and ask them if they know how to kill him or something. I'm supposed to run away and go back.
Done.
This is not where I needed to go. My bad. Come on, let me fast travel. Please? Let me fast travel. There we go. The vertical sea. Over to the troop.
All right.
Ah, look who has yet again stepped through the gates of our theater. Welcome back, my phoenix. 'Tis a pleasure to see you. I presume you come here for a reason. Well, my phoenix, it could have been worse. The cards are in our hands. 'Tis the time to ask ourselves a question. How should we play them? Let me quickly consult with someone keen in the arts of strategy. Herr Dallas gathers some of the other troop members, the theater bouncer and a couple doom guards present at the scene, and they carry out a quick
huddle at the very center of the stage. A handful of overly enthusiastic spectators clap, thinking maybe a spectacle is starting, but the clap quickly fades as it becomes apparent that this is a real meeting. The group seems to reach an agreement rather quickly, and soon the blue-haired actor is heading back your way. So my friends and I agreed it would be unreasonable to doom the theater with the dance of blades and the swirl of deadly magic. Thus, we should let this fight happen somewhere else. 'Twas Clausius who suggested the dark alley between the great foundry and the ditch, and thus it shall become our battleground. Will you, our dear Phoenix, lead the fated into the traps that are being set there? Hopefully such a display of power shall prove that even with their positions of power, the takers cannot just execute justice on other factions on a whim. Very well, my Phoenix. I shall be there too, to sing the songs of doom and mayhap let chaos and entropy spin among our enemies. Here, hold on to these letters and call upon your allies, then sneak into Ulfbrand's legion. 'Tis unlikely he will notice you. Meanwhile, we shall spread rumors about our whereabouts.
Experience has increased my skills.
There's much to be learned from all parts of society.
Priest scroll book. What do you have here? Anything new? Second level spell. Learn another one of these. This. You don't use Call Lightning like the other character. My Neverwinter Nights character, so it's a little unfortunate. Can I rest here? Damn, dude. I haven't found a place to rest in ages. Oh. Fuck. He gave me something, but my inventory was full. Really? God damn, my inventory is fucking full. Which one of these? That's the blood charm. This is the heart charm.
All right.
Oh, I dropped the fucking tier that I 100% want to keep. A charcoal pencil. The fuck did I get a charcoal pencil? Call to battle. This set of parchment is ready to be written and sent to the representatives of the faction you expect to support you in battle as soon as possible. You need to carefully consider who your true allies are and whom you can rely on. It's also important to remember that some factions are hostile towards one another, and bringing their members together may cause more harm than good. So, this is something that is like a faction-based item. I haven't joined any factions in this game. I don't think ever.
I'm gone.
Where are we supposed to go for this? You hold a set of parchment in your hands, destined to call the factions of Siegel to take action. There are official documents bearing the seals of the Hall of Speakers. Distributing these documents will seal the fate of the conflict in which you have become involved. Included with them is a separate parchment bearing a symbol depicting a head of a horse, which, according to the accompanying instruction, is meant to summon a messenger. You have sided with Doomguard, Herr Dallas, Rayless Shy, and the entire Beneath Mask Theater to prevent the destruction of the Temple of the Arts. You can call on your allies to join in the Doomguard ambush in the secluded alley behind the Great Foundry. Honestly, I don't really need anyone to help. This is cool. I like all the cutscenes they've done and all these 3D models and stuff. It looks nice. As you travel alongside Ulfbrand and his forces towards the towering corridor behind the high walls of the Great Foundry, you cannot help but wonder about two things. First, Just how large of a force did the fated factor manage to assemble on such a short notice? You can only hope that the Doom Guard were prepared at the sight of their ambush. The other thing is that keeps drawing your attention is the notion of consequence. Your choices put this in motion. Could the Doom Guard have hidden away? Could Ulfbrand have gotten distracted? Could Rowan Darkwood have changed his mind about this? Could Herr Dallas and his troop have sneaked out of the city of doors unseen? To some quaint prime material world to have more adventures of their own? All these peaceful options are now off the table. This is going to get violent, and you helped it reach this point. How does it make you feel? You know, as the large squadron makes its way foundry wards, many locals hide indoors. Shops close, windows shutter to snuff the line of sight of curious children. Meanwhile, some creatures in the city have the opposite reaction. Many fiends stay outside and smile, sensing the inevitable carnage. The Legion of the Fated is made up of many men and women from Seagull, but is also a significant number of seasoned warriors loyal to Ulfbrand, who travel here from Ysgard. These streets rarely see such a display of power. There is a moment of tension as the patrol of mercy killers appears, escorting a strange amorphous creature with an apparent victim still visible inside it, partially digested. There are 6 of them, a force intimidating enough to scare most into submission, but their authority dwindles in the face of the continuous stream of silent, motivated creatures. They share some discreet whispers, perhaps discussing if it's even worth doing anything about this. Trying to do anything about this. The smoke from the Great Foundry gets even closer. While the journey filled with thoughts seems to be very long, it becomes very clear that the event itself is at hand. Ulfbrand starts barking some preliminary orders towards his lieutenants. Eventually, he turns to you. Ulfbrand studies you for a moment. Little one, you seem to have quite a swing. Do not get mixed up with the other warriors. You're better suited to picking off stronger foes. Keep your eyes open. You also have an opportunity for some communication. You do not know how much time, though. You may only exchange a few glances. Who would you like to signal? We gotta look at Anna, right? Whips her tail provocatively. Oh my god. Look at Mort. The skull shares your glance and flips one eyeball around. The lack of eyelids makes it difficult to wink, but Mort does his
I won't
best.
let you down, Chief.
The mage is a wild card. He seems to be beaming with excitement. Excitement to burn. It may not have been the wisest choice to bring him into the battlefield. Fate will now decide what his legacy will do after the dust settles. The tall brick walls, lined with thick metal beams, close upon you from both sides, encasing you in a narrow corridor. Walking through the reddish smoke, you come upon a makeshift construction made of barbed wire at the corridor's mouth on the other end. It does not close the gap completely, but narrows it down quite significantly. Ulfbrand signals everyone to stop. A moment of tense calm follows, like the innocent, playful silence before the storm that destroys everything.
My berserkers! We have all enemies' gates at ready!
Would you like to suck my cock, berserker?
Once you emerge from the claustrophobic corridor, you can finally take a look at the spot where the Doom Guard has set up an ambush. It is an isolated courtyard enclosed on nearly every side by the high walls of industrial buildings. Scattered across the ground are sandbags, behind which Herr Dallas's allies are likely hiding, and barbed wire in the very center lies a hooded figure clad in dirty rags, likely a beggar or a collector. He does not move, but from this distance you cannot tell if he's dead or just unconscious. To your right, the waters of the ditch loom in the distance, separated from the square by only a few low buildings. This side does not seem tactically significant for the ambush, although small groups of allies could reach the entrance to the corridor along the constructed fortifications. To your left, the fortifications rest against a high wall and are themselves elevated. Behind them are also permanently installed stairs leading to some structures fixed to the wall, which will likely be adapted as positions for archers or mages. The fated will have a difficult task climbing up to this part of the battlefield quickly. It would be a safe haven for you if you wish to separate yourself from them. In the back, on the other side of the square, there are more fortifications and a large wagon, significantly narrowing the exit from the soon-to-be battlefield. That is likely where the actors and the leadership of the Doomguard are hiding. Meanwhile, Ulfbrand seems to be considering if the trap involving the dying beggar is not all too obvious. Could the Doomguard be using some kind of double bluff? The half-giant reaches his conclusion quickly. There is no time for considerations. Without a word, he extends his massive arm towards a barrier on his left, who immediately produces an enormous throwing axe. The half-giant, obviously not wanting to get any closer than he needs to, is about to finish the beggar off from a distance. Fall from Grace closes her eyes in anticipation of the death to come. Regardless of whether he is a plant or a victim of circumstance. Kind of lazy today. Dude, this fight is gonna go on for like 40 fucking minutes. It's gonna be like 11 o'clock soon. Angrily, Ulfbrand turns towards you, about to put you in your place, but his disciplinary process is interrupted. The beggar's wounds start glowing faintly blue. Contaminated blood magic, shouts one of the spellslingers at the back. As Ulfbrand raises his axe again, the beggar lets out a soft chant. A shock wave of bright blue light travels through the legion of the fated. All the warriors and mages look at each other to ascertain what effect the wave had on them. But the effect becomes apparent when they look to the back and witness the red smoke solidify into red rock, sealing off the way out. We aren't running. Take some ground. Let's get out of the chokehold. The fated leader roars across the corridor, and he turns around. The fated vanguard charges into the center of the square. This is like one of those. This is like one of those, rogue trader fights where it's all like a story, which I think is kind of cool. Fated Vanguard charges in the center of the square and forces it. It's so loud. Oh, god damn it. I can't even open the menu. Many well-armed fighters clad in black emerge from behind the barriers. Archers drop their invisibility up the walls. Vanguards immediately met the resistance. A shower of arrows, the second line. Ulfbrand crashes to the first line of defense. Strongest among the sinkers are large, but Ulfbrand's larger. You are out on foot. Join your allies. Alistair's ramping up the situation unfolds. Suddenly from above, a single iron bell tolls. Neither thrown nor rung, but conjured by a single Doomguard. He hangs on the chrome ball, crowning one of the pillars at the entrance to the corridor, clad in rusty red armor, baring his teeth with a daring smile. The clang silences all sound within the alley, cutting off warnings and halting clattering footsteps mid-step. The fated are frozen. No curses or orders escape their lips. You know this silence will not last. the spellcasters already digging through their bags for something to counter it. Ulfbrand tries to signal new orders with broad hand gestures, but not everyone can see him. One group among the Fated remains undisturbed, the Ysgardian Berserkers. They require no direction, and with none forthcoming, they begin to act on impulse alone. Finally, the Doomguard accelerators step forward from the corners of their entropy blades humming. These individuals of various shapes and sizes seem extremely powerful. The blades they're wielding target the Fated equipment. The goal is chaos, not slaughter, destabilizing formations by breaking ranks. This seems to be pretty effective for now. You have climbed the fortifications on the left flank. The Doomguard welcome you in their ranks. From above you, you can see the sheer scale of the destruction that has already taken place in such a short time. Both sides have already suffered heavy losses. Your presence here up top is a clear sign to Ulfbrand and his men that you are not on their side. There are several wounded soldiers around. They are in plain sight and still vulnerable to attacks. The battle rages on, consuming more lives. Flames rain down from above on the members of the Fated, while Ignis's laughter echoes from the flank. There is a sudden break in the events. The accelerators depart back to the second line. The Ysgardians regroup around Ulfbrand, and the rest of the Fated have found cover to shield themselves from ranged attacks. The formation of the Doomguard breaks and creates an open space as if inviting someone to step in. The area opened by the Doomguard was not taken as an invitation by Ulfbrand and his men, and luckily for them, suddenly an unassuming sewer gate at the center of the clearing trembles before shooting straight up into the air. From below, a twisted amalgam of rusted chains, bone, and entropic energy erupts from the depths. It arcs through the air, curving around the Berserkers towards the more vulnerable second line. It crashes into the Fated ranks, seizing creatures and crushing them with limbs of rusted iron and chain.
Hold this line, man. I'll be back soon.
Yeah, well, it's just the sound effects volume, which I don't have as far turned down. It's just pretty loud. Ulfbrand roars, then quietly he gives some obscure orders to the second biggest brawler in the Legion. After he's done, he bravely leaps with incredible speed to give chase to the Doomguard's war beast. The other Berserkers, covered in many cuts and magical burns, but not showing any sign of exhaustion or vulnerability, lunge towards the Sinker's line with their own war cry. Ulfbrand seems to be evenly matched by the Chain Beast, but soon another combatant joins the fray. From above, with a flutter of wings, a shimmering white Pegasus descends, ridden by a beautiful blonde maiden with a winged helmet. She brandishes a spectacular golden sword in one hand and an ornate bone horn in the other. She puts the horn to her lips and blows. The battle itself is loud, but the horn's continuous vibrating note drowns out all other sound, causing the walls of the surrounding buildings to tremble. With the sound of the Valkyrie's horn, a number of Berserkers start chanting a raw tribal song. Somehow you know it is dedicated to Modi, the Ysgardian god of bravery. The surge of rage allows them to break through the second line and target the Doomguard's casters. The tide of battle turns around in an instant. You are currently in the calmest spot of the battlefield. Behind the fortifications, you hear the chanting slaughter of Berserkers. But here, at the rear of the left flank, there are no casualties yet, and you are shielded by the enemy's spells. There are wounded soldiers here, hiding and trying to tend to their predicaments. There are also stairs leading high above the battlefield, up a wall, Okay, so the battle has reached its peak. Blood gushes furiously from hundreds of wounds in nearly every corner. The cobblestones are littered with fallen from both sides. You do not know where Anna has gone. For a moment you are afraid she has left you, but you notice bodies of the Fated with freshly slit throats mysteriously appearing by the fortifications. The spectacle in the center of the battlefield, which has captured everyone's attention, is nearing a thrilling conclusion. The leader of the fated, Ulfbrand Volgarsson, Banuteri, wrestles the chained beast to the ground. The Sinkers, deprived of the support of their mages, who now have their own problems, are unable to stop him from completing his work of the destruction. The Asgardian tears the metal creature to pieces and hurls them into the ranks of the Doomguard. He is now free to act. And he does. Emboldened by the Berserker's chant, he runs forward and picks up a lost axe from the ground. As the Asgardians make room for their leader, he smashes into the defense with a wide cut. The first Doomlord tries to parry, but the axe tears right through his entropy blade and his neck, also cutting into the two soldiers behind him. Ulfbrand is now fueled by the ecstasy of battle and rage. Is there anyone who can stop this? This is the moment. The fate of the battle hangs in the balance. Both sides suffered significant casualties. Both sides are exhausted. The Doomguard's magic and enforcers are struggling to match the Asgardians' charge. If anything can sway the advantage one way or the other, it is you. You are currently in the calmest spot of the battlefield. Behind the fortifications, you hear a dramatic charge, but there on the left flank, there are only a handful of fated, and the location is largely sheltered from the enemy's spellcasters. There are wounded here, hiding and trying to tend to their predicaments. Yeah, blah, blah, blah. The battle seems to be reaching its climax, but reality around you slows down. You look around, searching for anything you may have missed. As you follow through with your decisions, you get a sense that the gears of fate jammed, as if the city itself is deciding whether the ambush is going to be a success or a catastrophic failure. You glance over the battlefield, caked with blood and scorch marks alongside rusted chains and weapons, all broken and scattered. There are bodies of all shapes and sizes in various states of dismemberment, and there are the faces of those still standing. You can spot many different emotions among them, ranging from absolute horror to pure ecstasy. It's difficult to tell the sides apart at this point, and even harder to say which side was right or wrong. All such questions seem meaningless in the face of absolute destruction. In the name of what? In the name of freedom. The freedom to do whatever. It's not necessarily art. The final whispers your parched lips and makes its way through the battlefield inaudible, but still manifesting through reality. Like a drop of rain hitting a waterfall, you can sense the conclusion is afoot. Something substantial is going to happen. I like how it makes like the ding noise of like when you level up. That the noise that's played there is the level up noise from Mountain Blade Warband. It's very funny, but I've heard that noise before. It's just missing the do-do-do-do-do-do of like winning the battle or whatever. The Asgardians' momentum becomes unstoppable. Despite their just cause, the Doomguard are too disorganized and too fractured by their individual approaches to coordinate a counterattack. A beautiful sinker woman climbs on top of a wooden cart rolled to block up one of the exits. The cart is now at an angle, having been hit by some rogue magic, but she balances on it with grace. She takes a strange entropic relic out of her leather jacket and tries to cast a spell to unleash the ditch's waters to drown the berserkers, but the fated are ready. A beautiful stinker woman, yeah, it's pretty good. I like that. A clever, fated mage, confined thus far to the back of the fray, uses a dimensional anchor to pin the wave in place, then redirects it to hit what remains of the Doomguard Rangers on the battlements to the side. After that, one by one, the Doomguard flee or fall at the hands of the raging men, led by Ulfbrand himself. It does not take long for Ulfbrand to reach where Herr Dallas is holding ground. Your statement was very bold, but it did not change the fact that you have an entire army standing before you. You cannot see Ulfbrand's face, yet you imagine him smiling under his golden helm. And that would be a problem for me, you reckon?
Chief, we're outnumbered by a lot. You may want to wake up again, and you may wake up again after this, but as for me, this big guy will probably stomp me to pieces.
Your stand was very honorable. I would ask you stand down, though. You need recognize defeat when it strikes.
Pike off, you think you can scare us? We stand to gain nothing from this defiance, my friend.
Ulfbrand towers over the trembling actor and leans down, axe in hand. This is nothing personal, Duke Darkwood. This is nothing personal. Duke Darkwood demands it, so it will be swift, he says, and keeps his word. His movements are fast as he cuts down both actors, not giving them time to suffer, not giving them time to watch each other die. In what feels like a second, it is done. You feel as if somewhere in the distance something intangible has changed, as if your actions have changed the course of history. Ulfbrand stares at the corpse lying before him and sighs heavily. After a moment's reflection, he addresses everyone present in a booming voice.
Let another's wounds be your warning.
The giant stands motionless for a moment longer, then signals something to his subordinates with a wave of his hand, and walks away with heavy steps, leading towards the corridor through which you arrived. Afterward, what remained of the fated start gathering their fallen. The Doomguard have already fled, so you can only assume they will come to collect their colleagues later. The battlefield eventually empties, leaving you alone in the scene of destruction, devastation, and desolation.
Updated my journal. I'm gone.
Scroll of Disintegrate, Dear Hallis's head, Entropy +2. Damn, I got a lot of items here. Such is the final fate of the Sigillian actor. Well, you can hold on to it, Fall from Grace. Scroll of Disintegration. Oh, it's a level 6 wizard spell. There you go. And then we go to your mage spellbook. And you can learn that. Nice. Entropy +2. Edge, unusable by lawful characters, unusable by priests. This green steel short sword is one of Herr Dallas's favorite weapons, second only to his other blade, Chaos. Features a highly intricate, ornate handle. The accumulation of sharp edges is characteristic of Doomguard weapons. The sword can inflict additional poison damage if the target fails a saving throw because of its nature. It is unlikely that creatures of law could wield it effectively. Wow, this music's so good. I'm not going to reload and try to get a better outcome to this. That was the outcome we got. That's the outcome we're sticking with. Now I just have to find where the exit is to this fucking place. It's over here. Well, I guess I gotta go back and talk to him. Because I need his giant bone from his ear.
All right.
One of the Asgardian fated left, who survived the battle. They seem to be celebrating victory by getting drunk on mead and chanting with the other fated in their native Asgardian tongue. You do not understand a word they're saying.
Die.
May my faith lend me strength.
I don't know why those guys attacked me, but okay. Buddy, I need your earring.
What do you want, little one? For a change, Ulfbrand seems to be in a good mood. He's strolling slowly outdoors among the other fated, savoring an enormous horn of mead and celebrating their victory. Ulfbrand is almost motionless, but you're certain he's watching you closely. He waits for your question. Indeed, I go there myself every day. We have the best sauna masters and aromas that even the sensates envy us for, mainly because we usually do not let them in. Giant lets out a quiet, malicious laugh. But you do not have to ask me for permission. Talk to one of the sauna masters. Slightly shaken, Ulfbrand squints as he scans at your face. Ah, it is you. I thought I saw you in the heat of battle. Which side were you fighting on, little one? He asks. But before you can answer, he bursts into hearty laughter. What am I even asking? You stand before me alive. You must have been on our side. What is this about? Ulfbrand sizes you up for a moment, slaps his flabby belly with an incredibly loud smack, and once again bursts out laughing. The day is ours, little one. I'm in a great mood, so I trust you'll do with my... So I'll trust you with my earring. I'm counting on you to come back with the pair. If you don't, the full force of debt collection division will come down on you. You wouldn't want that, little one. His massive arm reaches towards his ear.
Updated my journal.
Bone earring of Ulfbrand Volgersen. These earrings have a very unique story. If the rumor is to be believed, they once belonged to Ulfbrand when he was alive. After his death, which he's still alive, he somehow returned to find them and reclaim them for his petitioner self. He does not remember how he did it, but the evidence of his deed is now in your hands. The earrings are made from frost giant bone, which is why they should open the hopping portal to Cania. The frost giant was a distant ancestor of Ulfbrand. The earrings are quite ancient, though, admittedly ugly. No serious craftsman could have ever made them. This is the pair you receive before reaching Cania. Alright. I don't know when we will be at the end of this modded campaign, so to speak.
I'm gone.
We're gonna come in here and have Anna lock pick this chest because nobody's in the house, so.
Right.
Scroll of Vampiric Touch, which is a level 3 wizard spell.
All right.
Interesting.
I'm gone.
Normally I would have got food at this point. I'll play for a little bit more and then let's find this location that I have to go to.
I'm gone.
The hopping portal, which I think I know where is. If I had to hazard a guess.
I'm gone.
I do need to save prod, but
all right.
I don't know how to prevent that from happening, but I was supposed to save prod to find the other guy, but I just ignored him. So I'm not entirely sure. I may have to just like cast a spell in there and hit his ass. I believe we're going to the ditch.
All right.
And I believe it's going to be this archway that's over here. That or I'm going to have to take a boat. Damn. I have to befriend you somehow. Strange woman still hovers at the edge of life and death. Unlike the previous time, she senses you getting near and turns to greet you. You return, rotted man. I see entropy has yet to claim you. Wait, what do you have in there? She suddenly reaches toward your the bag attached to your belt. She rummages through your bag without any regard to your belongings, leaving crumpled papers and scratched jewelry in her wake. For several moments, she locates what she's searching for. Never better. This artifact is very dear to me. You will give it to me, yes? It's a symbol of my god, a harbinger of their awaited return. Something to prove. Yeah, she was the one. Dark Lurker. Yeah, yeah. I remember fighting him in Dark Souls 2. Yeah. A bright, innocent smile lights up the woman's pale face. She looks at the amulet again, presses it against her heart like a private letter from a lover, and carefully places it into a pouch in her belt. She then returns her gaze to you, before suddenly throwing herself at you.
Updated my journal.
She stands on her tiptoes, wraps her arms around your neck, and places a soft kiss on your scarred cheek. Her hand darts back to the pouch, protectively confirming it's still safe. Thank you. May you decay among the last of your kind. Of course I heard. Shame. But Herr Dallas had it coming. He loved to make people's blood boil. Rayless is a different story. She's a real loss. The pale woman shrugs. I'm not happy that he's dead, but he was going to get himself killed one way or another. My tiny tattoo. You're covered in them, and surely they possess a lot more stories. Why don't we talk about them, huh? Oh, we've already talked about this. We've already... Oh, yeah. Run. I have to go. We already did all that. Ulfbrand gave me his earring in exchange for a promise that I will find the other and return them both. Should I fail, the wrath of the entire debt collecting division will be upon me. I do not know if I will have the chance to return to Ysgard, where Ulfbrand is waiting for me. But the missing earring should be just on the other side of the portal, so I might as well take it with me. And so we still haven't finished befriending this pale woman. I need a way to set him free and talk to him. Yeah, we haven't figured that out yet. There's a seamstress, the hive dweller, the beautiful dancer. Door's locked. I will need a key for that one. Judging over the beds and all the medical equipment, including bandages, medication, and the like, it appears to be a field hospital. The sick lie under blankets, and the bodies, and the beds are speckled with blood, urine, and vomit. The smell is terrible. Even the fragrant oils somehow, even the fragrant oils, someone has applied cannot mask it. It's such a small writing, it's hard to read sometimes. I talk to you, Issei? You see before you an emaciated humanoid figure crouching on the ground with their face hidden in their hands. They're shaking miserably. This does not surprise you much because the dirty rags they're wearing do not provide much warmth. As you get closer, you hear the man, as you can infer from his voice, mumbling to himself as he rocks back and forth. Those eyes, they keep looking at me. They keep looking. They're always there. I can feel them. They know I know. They know I've been watching those eyes. Those eyes! Sounds like Ronnie James Dio. Always singing about eyes, man. Hearing your voice, the man flinches,
He slowly turns his head towards you and removes his hands. He looks young, although suffering has already carved deep furrows on his face. However, his eyes attract the most attention, or rather, two empty sockets, frighteningly dark. There are many scars and unhealed wounds around them, resembling small marks of teeth and claws. Those eyes! He screams like a damned man suffering torment in the lower plane. Eyes! Which eye do you want to give? What eye do I have on now? I have the fiendish eye. The eyeball. And then we have this kaleidoscopic eye, right? Yeah, we'll give him the kaleidoscopic eye. How about that? You insert a kaleidoscopic prosthesis into the eye socket. It shimmers with all colors of the rainbow. Finally, it clicks. The magic eye glows in the eye socket. Surprisingly, it does not hurt the patient that much. Its incredible nature certainly contributes to reducing the suffering during the procedure. The man slowly parts his eyelids. He takes his surroundings with his new eye. I see. I'm not being watched. I don't know how to thank you. Suddenly you notice that you're holding an object in your hand. You're not sure how it got there. I didn't have a second eye to give him. What did he give me? Scroll of blindness. Not really a great item. But okay. I cannot save at this time because the dude's walking away. It's always dark. It's funny because the gamma, I have like a filter on that actually raises the gamma for this game. I can see it. Because it's way darker for me than it is for you guys. Do you have anything in this box back here? Manifesto? To free the people of the world. Verily, nothing stranger could occur to a simple and hacken-eyed mind like mine than to think of carping at the rulers. And yet it happened, for appearances are deceptive. The situation is not rosy. The rulers are devoid of honor, although power creates the illusion that honor should always come first for such a person. I will point out at once that, as in every pathology, there are exceptions. However, in general, rulers are cunning individuals who believe that everything is theirs, and that they are entitled to everything. This cunning stems from the fact that, thanks to their superior position, they think they can deceive our simple minds. But truly, does not life teach us that wisdom and intelligence are two different attributes? There are haughty manners, evasive speech, expensive clothes, and fat purses. What are these compared to our visions of a happy and carefree world? They will tell you that you do not understand, but I understand perfectly. Greed and lust are in your hearts, and desire rules your mind. And there nothing is more. Feelings have faded along with the glitter of gold. Freedom has withered along with the will to conquer and destroy all that belongs to others, and joy lies only in inflicting suffering and fulfilling the promises of envy. Sad, oh so sad are your eyes, deceptive and deceitful. Power and ruthless authority, that is your religion. They say that simple people resent the better ones because they envy them, but nothing could be further from the truth. This resentment stems from understanding a simple thing. Power is more than privilege and wealth. Therefore, I appeal to the masses of ordinary people, the ignorant masses. Let us fight! The boot of the fat haters who trample on our hearts. Let us fight for a place in this world. The innominate ignorant, i.e. smart seditionist. And his 100 gold are all mine. I don't actually know. Oh, this is a location we didn't go to. Oh no, this goes to the ditch, vertical sea.
All right.
Never mind. Oh, you think this is where the portal is? It's at the top of the stairs here.
All right.
Here's this guy, I guess. The trader smiles and points to each side of the bridge with each of his hands. See, both these settlements require me to pay for setting up shop, even if temporary. On this admittedly rickety bridge, I have to pay nobody. It's no man's land. I was literally talking about this with my dad the other day. The same fucking, like... the bridge that people built houses on. Because it was, wasn't subject to ancient copper earring hollow. Okay. To the same tax as, like, living on the land on either side. Okay. I really don't care about anything else yet. Maybe I need the book from him, and that's why we keep interacting with him here and there, but...
I'm gone.
I assume that coming up here, we'll find the portal right here. No? Damn. I talk to you? Do I know where you came from? No, we don't know yet. Mayor? Oh, you're nobody I can talk to.
I'm gone.
Oh, I didn't realize it was a backstage. You're on stage now, which means I probably need to talk to you.
I'm gone.
Ode to Entropy. There is no turning back. Time is running out. Many a man has tried, but no one succeeded. Time goes only one way. Entropy, 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 entropy. Everything falls apart. Everything is receding. So deep in its heart, the multiverse is bleeding. The inner and the outer planes, energy and the elements, the astral sea, the gate going through Shift, Toril, and Orlf, and people are so far away. Everything falls apart, everything is receding, so deep in its heart, the multiverse is bleeding. Prepare for the endless night, at the plane's extremity, no one sees the light, behold entropy. A seafarer's arch or a final port of call. Alright. I don't think I need any of that. This is a sensory stone, but it looks fake. A large musical instrument. These tools all made up of painted light wood and were likely used in one of the plays. A twisted ring and dustman's robes. Wow, dude, look at this. I can finally put on some clothes. I can't actually wear the dustman's robes. We're usable only in the mortuary. That's funny. Well, I guess we have it. Also an armor class. I don't need the twisted ring either.
I'm gone.
I feel sorry for the troop, the woman sighs. I quite like them, but you did what you could. I don't really feel like talking to you that much more. Okay. Where the fuck is this hopper portal gonna be?
Done.
What was that? Did we ever go in this building over here? I don't really remember. Oh, we did. This is your house.
Done.
I don't think I have to talk to this guy anymore.
Done.
I do think I'm probably going to look for a moment to call it for today, though. I would like to find where to go first.
I'm gone.
I may have to take this earring and pay the boat guy. In eerie silence, water spills over the edge of Seagull. There is no easier route to the cage's edge, but a jump from here would likely mean disappearing forever. The implications offer a grim explanation for the name of this place. I don't think we're gonna find a portal over here, but it's like worth walking around. I don't really see any gateways or doorways or anything that would imply. I have the beach side. Let's go this way and see if the ferry captain can take me anywhere. Yeah, I don't know where the portal would be. I gotta talk to Prod somehow, but I don't know how to talk to Prod. Don't mess with Joseph. Already seen that portal. Yeah, I gotta get up, get some food, take a shower, stretch, stop talking.
All right.
Work on my game a little bit. Watch a movie. I like you, Cooter, so I'll make you a deal. I was a cool Wani Restorator East Codes. He stopped coming one Dewey. And just thought he died, you know, like a real lad. Boat I found of my possessions missing. He must have nicked it.
Updated my journal.
He's, his Kip is somewhere towards the Zadfum Trestle near the market. I don't know what the hell he lost, but okay.
All right.
Got some more quests to do. I mean, we have a couple of quests, so I'm not like...
All right.
I'm pretty sure that it's talking about this fucking residence right here, huh? The ditch apartment, yeah. key. I don't know how to get in there.
There's much to be learned from all parts of society.
I don't know how we're supposed to help Echo here. Water here is so dirty, you're not sure you'll be able to emerge from a swim unscathed. I mean, there's a sunken box there. I think I'm gonna have to call it here. I'm just getting tired. My ass hurts. I'm hungry. And if I'm gonna get up and make a sandwich, I'm not gonna, like, wanna come back and read and eat a sandwich or eat some food, so I think that'll be it. Ooh, I hope you guys enjoyed. We will play more of this. Probably not tomorrow. We'll play some Neverwinter Nights 2 tomorrow. I'm probably gonna hold off on doing some more Tales of Majal until what is it? The DLC comes out, or the no major update comes out, and then we'll play some. I'm still trying to unlock some stuff in the background, and I think it would be cool to unlock the last couple unlocks I have on stream. But if we decide to do stuff like that, it'll be like Saturday streams or something, and we'll just run through it. But, you know, a run takes like 2 days, 3 days. It might be years. Yeah, it might be. I don't mind playing it here and there. It's just a game that, like, I'm always playing it. So, you know, here and there it's fine. I kind of want to check out CUD and some other games instead, because I haven't actually played them yet, that are sort of similar. But anyway, have a good one. I will talk to you guys tomorrow with some Neverwinter Nights 2. You know? It's funny looking at, like, the main menu and the buttons, like, not being, like, quit game and stuff like that. It's, like, alter senses is, like, the game crashed while I was trying to... It was, like, 3 years ago, and they said dev was slowing down. Yeah, it's alright. I mean, the game's still, like, amazing, and there's still, like, a lot of, like... I imagine, like, modded campaigns and content for it, because it's more like you're getting the engine to build your own. Like, the main campaigns that come with it are, like, there as more examples. It's like Neverwinter Nights 2 as well, where it's like, here is the engine and the tools to make your own campaign and dungeon and characters and crap, and then here's, like, what we've done and a bunch of stuff. Alright. Well, this totally crashed. Yeah, close the program. All right, I will talk to you guys